Yani imefika wakati hata hakuna ugali sosa tena. Small businesses have closed shop. Others are barely hanging in there because the cost of doing business is terrible. Imekuwa biashara ya karata ya pata potea. For the farmer, you are now walking on productive land that is not cultivated. You are not able to tend to a healthy crop. It is no longer, and it is no wonder, we have an ugali sosa crisis. Unemployment is soaring. There is even less wera ni wera. We are all victims of an economic management system gone rogue on us. Let's allow that noise to go down. Thank you very much for your patience. Let me repeat that statement. Unemployment is soaring. There is even less wera ni wera. We are all victims of an economic management system gone rogue on us. But don't despair. It is times like this that we must suspend our fear of the unknown, the predictions of Armageddon. It is time to have the courage to say no to anything that threatens our humanity, civility, and decency. We may suffer today.
To do that, we must believe in a better tomorrow. But it is our duty to make that better tomorrow. Let's not surrender to skeptics, those who insist there is nothing wrong. This is the essence of your vote, to choose leaders who will make decisions to better your lives. And the choice is between promise and guarantee. Remember, Kenya Kwanza is your guarantee. Usipotezee wakati huu. Kenyans, we have worked with you on this journey of reflection on how to remodel our country. We have come to you where you live, everywhere in our country. We have listened to you and heard you very, very clearly. We know your hopes, your anxieties, and we also know your fears. We assure you that we are not about to let you down. Sorry. Thank you. You have given us your attention. You have given us your ideas. And you have given us your support. It's time to put a signature to all that contribution by voting for Kenya Kwanza. In the socio-economic forums that we held together, you recounted your pain and reasons why. You told us what you want done to heal your destroyed lives. We have together agreed on the Women's Charter, the Youth Charter, the Charter for the people living with disability, and charters on education and health sectors, among others. In the education sector, we have agreed on affirmative action for Kenyan women and people living with disability. We have agreed on and signed county economic charters. We have developed an authentic, homegrown Kenya country plan from these charters. We thank the legendary Mama Mboga, boda, shoe shiner, saloonist, farmer, fisherman, hawker, and construction worker for this great achievement. You gave us a template from which we are going to deliver better living for all Kenyans. This is what gives us the confidence that we are together on the wishes and hopes of the majority of the people of Kenya. We have agreed that from day one in office, our work will be, among other things, to tackle the punitive cost of living so that each and every one of us can afford to go about their lives. We have agreed to reduce the cost of doing business so that industry can thrive, opportunity can abound, and opportunity for employment can be a reality. We will guarantee universal health coverage for all Kenyans, where each and one of us will have a cover, and the public hospitals will be stocked, and necessary equipment and medicines will be available. We've agreed that we will arrest the draining public debt through forensic identification of wasteful borrowing for non-essential expenditure, so as to reduce the snowballing high taxation. These measures will provide relief and space for initiation of the Kenya Kwanza Guaranteed Comprehensive Flagship Programs, which among others include the re-engineering of our agricultural production for food security, agro-processing, and manufacturing, including cash crops such as tea, coffee, rice, sugar, macadamia, cashew nuts, pyrethrum, livestock farming, and many other sectors that we discussed with citizens across Kenya when we engage them in our economic fora. And as I said last night, we reached out to close to 100,000 Kenyans in our economic fora. We will be streamlining support for micro, small, and medium enterprises so that they can have access to credit. We can improve on their incomes. We can create additional jobs, and credit will be available to as many as the 10 million people in the micro and small enterprise space. We will be investing in infrastructure, including labor-intensive infrastructure in housing, both as a stimulus package, economic stimulus package, and for matters of social protection, and making sure that every citizen has access to what the Constitution envisages. We will be rolling out our digital superhighway for the empowerment of every citizen with information, with opportunity, with business opportunity that's available in the information and digital space. Put together, these interventions will bring down the cost of living, eradicate hunger, create job opportunities, expand the tax base, improve foreign exchange balance, and give us inclusive growth. In the Kenya Kwanza plan, we are very clear and deliberate about the implementation schedule. We know what are the quick wins. We know what should be done in the short term. We're very clear about what to do in the medium term. And we are very certain about what to do on the long term. We also know what should not be done. It is because we have this clear plan of action for Kenya that we reiterate our call for and commitment to peaceful, free, and fair elections. We demand that the recent maleficence in attempts to twist the elections must stop. We want a calm country after elections so that Kenya Kwanza can embark on its plan for Kenyans without any delay. We want to tell the world that Kenya Kwanza, we are committed to a peaceful election. We will not contradict our vow to uphold peace. Ask every supporter of Kenya Kwanza across Kenya to conduct themselves peacefully, to vote peacefully, and wait for the results peacefully. We submit to peace, not because we are shy, but because we understand the need to have an environment to invigorate our ailing economy that needs all of us to fix immediately after the election. For this reason, we reassure all investors, local and foreign, of protection of their enterprises and businesses. We welcome all the local, regional, and international partners of goodwill to come and assist in reawakening the giant that's the Kenyan economy. Ours is a coalition for change, and we invite you to be part of this change. Our policy is that there is everything for all of us. Kenya is a land of plenty, but only if we can bake the cake together and share it together. Indeed, any interference with the elections or sabotage of elections by rogue state functionaries will be a betrayal of Kenya's right to build a functioning and inclusive economy. It is to overthrow the Kenyan dream for a better and brighter tomorrow. Kenya Kwanza remains hopeful and vigilant and will not be part of any scheme to undermine or to sabotage the election. Let each functional institution offering support to IEBC keep to its lane and leave to IEBC its mandate to conduct elections without any interference or blackmail or intimidation. We believe that IEBC have the capacity to handle this election. We believe that the men and women in the IEBC have what it takes to deliver a free and fair election. All arms should be kept off. We appeal to Kenyans to turn out in large numbers to exercise their right of political participation. We implore you, all Kenyans, to ignore intimidation or coercion or bribery or blackmail, and also ignore the lies. Don't buy into fear. Vote for mabadiliko ya uchumi, kazi ni kazi, na pesa mfukoni. Finally, we are indebted to Kenyans for their kindness. You have stood with us throughout this journey. You welcomed us in your homes, in your villages, in your markets, in your towns, without reservation. Your optimism Good. Finally, let me take that again. Finally, we are indebted to Kenyans for their kindness. You have stood with us throughout this journey. You have welcomed us in your homes, your villages, your markets and towns without reservation. Your optimism kept us going. At some stages, it has been a rough journey, but fulfilling all the same. Victory is beckoning. We also appreciate messages of goodwill from the Kenyan diaspora and international friends of Kenya. We urge you, wherever you are, to use your discretion to prevail against those bent on destabilizing our elections and our country. We are proud partners of Kenya Kwanza. We dearly hold on to our unwavering solidarity. And let me take that again. We dearly hold on to our unwavering solidarity and studious commitment to the ideals we stand for. We are proud to have made this an issue-based election focused on the economy, away from trivialities and personality cults that have characterized our previous elections. Kenyans and Kenya's strategic importance in the region and internationally must be safeguarded by all. This is what has brought us to this age of victory. We pray in the words of our national anthem, "Let one and all arise with hearts both strong and true. Service be our earnest endeavor. And our homeland of Kenya, heritage of splendor, firm may we stand to defend." Kenyans, dear Kenyans, see you on the other side of a victorious Tuesday. God bless you, and God bless our great country, Kenya. Thank you very much. This is our final statement and our final call to the people of Kenya. This is going to be a historic election. To finally confirm that it is people who hire and fire governments. The people of Kenya will, in this election, confirm their centrality of place in the Constitution, that it is the people. It is the people. It is not the system. It is not those in power. It is not the deep state. It is not everything else that we've been told all the years. It is the people. And in this election, the people of Kenya will confirm that it is them, the people of Kenya, ordinary as they may be, simple as they may be, that will hire the next government. We have confidence, we have faith in the people of Kenya. And we are proud that finally we made this election not about leaders, not about changing the Constitution, not about positions, not about sharing power, that we made this election about the people, their issues, the empowerment of the people, jobs for ordinary people, businesses for ordinary people. Finally, we are confident we got it right, that Kenya is about the 50+ million Kenyans. It's not about 2, 3, 5, 10 people. It's about the whole lot of us. We are very proud at the verge of this election that finally we have managed to relegate ethnicity to the back burner, to relegate division to the back burner. That today we stand together as the people of Kenya, irrespective of where we come from, irrespective of the spelling of our names, the faiths we profess. Today we stand together as the people of Kenya. And we have overcome the so-called system. We have overcome the so-called deep state. And the people of Kenya today stand tall. And Tuesday is going to be defining. Tuesday is going to be a great day. Kenyans will celebrate because finally they will discover the power of their vote. Thank you very much. I want to ask my brothers and sister who is here to make very brief remarks. If anybody has, they're good? So let me leave it there. See you in the rally, and of course, see you on the other side. Asanteni sana. Thank you very much. Yes?
My name is Jeff Kirui with KTN.
Yes.
Your presidential chief agent, Professor Kithure Kindiki,
Yeah.
has written to IEBC demanding for a meeting with them regarding the ruling by the High Court on having the manual voter register as a backup. What are your concerns about having a manual voter register at the polling stations?
Those are, Jeff, those are administrative issues. Our chief agent has a job, and I think he's doing his job. We are ready for this election with a manual register, without a manual register, with whatever register. We are ready for this election, whatever the register, whether it is handwritten or typed or digital, whatever it is, we are ready for this election. Thank you very much. Okay. Very good. Remove this. Okay. Can you have a...
All right, Deputy President Dr. William Ruto there giving what he calls his final call to the people of Kenya, just hours after his final rally, of course, at the Nyayo National Stadium. The Deputy President there issuing sentiments that he's saying that Kenya is at the moment at what he calls at an ugali saucer crisis. And of course, good morning and welcome to the wall-to-wall coverage of the final hours of the campaign period. This is TV47, the fastest growing TV station in Kenya, and I'm Kenneth Kazungu. Now, today is arguably the busiest day in the political scene, with front-runners making their final submissions to the people of Kenya from the Nyayo National Stadium, where the Kenya Kwanza faction will hold their final rally, to the Kasarani Stadium, where the Azimio camp will be pitching tent. We promise to give you up-to-the-minute updates from our network of reporters scattered across the country. Also in the studio, I will be joined by Madam Betty Adera, a governance and management and leadership expert, and also Wakili Murigi Kamande, who is a constitutional lawyer, will be joining me in a few moments from now. But Madam Betty Adera is already in-house. Good morning, Madam, and thank you very much for your time this morning. And welcome to TV47.
Thank you very much, and the pleasure is mine. I'm
All
happy
right.
to be here today.
All
It's
right.
been a while.
Okay, karibu sana. Beginning with that statement that we've just seen from the Deputy President, Dr. William Ruto, in what he calls is his final call to the people of Kenya. First things first, what do you make of it when he says the country is in what he says is an ugali saucer crisis, saying and insisting that he is Kenya's best bet?
Thank you very much. Well, as one of the presidential contenders in the upcoming general elections, which just comes in barely 2 days, from today. I did not expect him to say anything better than what he has just said. But when you hear the word or the phrase ugali sosa, that's a mouthful that can be unpacked in very many ways. And for me, I beg to question where he is standing when he is talking about a failed government, a failed, state capture, all these things that he and his side, keep saying. Yet he is number 2 in command. He is part and parcel of the current administration whose administration is actually coming to an end. And we know all the politics that has been around the unga and the ugali. And for me, I want to say without the fear of contradiction that he cannot escape the ugali sosa thing that he is talking about. But I would be keen really, should he come to power, on the how he's gonna fix, the ugali sosa issue. Having said that, for sure, Kenyans have experienced a difficult period. The last 3 or 4 years, actually, from the advent of COVID, we all know what COVID did, not only to us as a people in Kenya, but also, globally. COVID made even that Mama Mboga shut down her stall of selling, the mboga that she's used to sell to get that 100, 200, 300, whatever it is that she gets, at the end of the day. And the government of the day had to take those measures that they took to keep us safe. And right now, we are seeing us as Kenyans coming out, of the pandemic. A significant number of Kenyans are now fully vaccinated, and businesses, opened up, travel opened up. I'm just coming from Canada. Travel, has opened up. And we are seeing, the economy sort of kind of bouncing back. Right. But we also must appreciate the current administration for the subsidies and the management of the shocks and cushioning of Kenyans against, shocks that were really of an international nature, beyond the control of a single human being, in Kenya. Right. But this is a good space to watch.
All right, Madam Betty, we are in the final stretch of campaigns. Today is the last day for campaigns. And in your assessment of the whole entire campaigning period, do you think the contenders have made a good job in rallying Kenyans behind them?
I must say that the campaigns from some quarters started way ahead, and even before the official campaign period. There are individuals who actually started campaigning as soon as they were sworn in, in this term. But to respond to your question, right from MCS all the way, to the presidency, whether the candidates are from various parties or whether the candidates are, coming in as independent candidates, personally, I feel that both sides have done, the best that they could do. They have done their best, to unpack, their promise to Kenyans, targeting various cohorts and populations, within our communities. But for me, I would just want to say this. It is one thing to promise. It is quite another to actually, deliver. Right. Even the current administration, I was wowed by the promise, that they had when they were coming in. But of course, we know the challenges that this administration, has had, right from, the two leaders at the top speaking from different sides.
All right, Madam Betty, I am sorry to hold that thought. We are to cross over live to the Kasarani Stadium where my colleague Mike Agwogo is standing by. Good morning, Mike. And how is the mood there with just a few hours before the Azimio rally?
Thank you so much, Kennedy Kazungu. Indeed, I can get you loud and clear from Moi International Kasarani, Sports Center Kasarani here in Nairobi. And as you mentioned earlier on, indeed, it is the final call today on Saturday. And we are expecting something maybe different from what has been happening across the country after IEBC granted them the permission to traverse across the country from May 22nd. It has been a very long journey of 3 months. These campaigns trails across the country from Kilifi to Mombasa, to Kitale, Trans Nzoia, to Bungoma, to Kisumu and to Nyeri and Laikipia. Here is the final day. It is indeed the final call, as you earlier on mentioned. And here at Kasarani, something happening here is that supporters of the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya coalition flag bearer Raila Amolo Odinga have already arrived here, and the mood here is different. As you can see, maybe if my camera person can pan around, can show you the support. They are on high gear, just awaiting their support, their party leader or their presidential candidate to arrive here. We understand that he might be at Karen, just waiting for his time. The scheduled time was at 10 a.m. and that is what we'll be waiting to hear from them. Maybe this as the final call, or today being the final day of campaigns. Campaigns ended, we can say ended yesterday after Azimio la Umoja traversed Mombasa, Kilifi, and the coastal region together, just to make sure that they call for residents or Kenyans to bide with them in the forthcoming general election that is on for Tuesday, in 2 days to come. And Kazungu, just to mention, is that IEBC's scheduled date will be today. From tomorrow and Monday, we will not be seeing anyone campaigning around because maybe it will be against their rule or their law as per scheduled by the IEBC. Just to mention is that we'll be camping here today just to make sure that our viewers are up to date on what happens here and at Nyayo Stadium. Our reporter Kirobi is also on the other side, just to make sure that we bring a glimpse of what's happening in both sides. So up to now, the Azimio la Umoja campaign have not yet arrived, but we're waiting for Raila Odinga and his brigade to arrive. The venue is already set, everything is set, supporters are getting in, singing songs, just to make sure that they are actually on high mood, just to make sure when Raila Amolo Odinga and his brigade arrives, indeed it will be on a high note, just to make sure that it ends, the campaigns ends on a high gear. And we'll be bringing to you live coverage from here in Kasarani and also to our subsequent bulletins on what happens in the evening. Back to you, Studio Kennedy Kazungu.
All right. All right, Mike, thank you for that update. And at this particular point in time, let us cross over back to Karen, while my colleague Paul Kirobi is also standing by in a bid to just unpack for us what the Deputy President had to say in great detail. And Paul, if you can hear me, can you please help us unpack what the Deputy President said and what it means for his final hours as he goes to issue his final rally at the Nyayo National Stadium?
All right, very good morning to you, Ken Kazungu. I'm getting you loud and clear from the current residence, where Deputy President William Ruto and his allies from the Kenya Kwanza team have just addressed the media pertaining the election preparation and what they do expect from the Independent Electoral Boundary Commission, IEBC, come Tuesday. That is August the 9th, general election, where Kenyans will be exercising their democratic right. And the DP has mentioned a very critical issue as far as the Kenya Kwanza team forms the next government. One of them is pertaining the issue of corruption, the state capture, and also the issue of public debt, which has been a main challenge to this country. The DP says that his team that is very optimistic to form the next government will actually arrest those three things, and they will implement very good structures in order to ensure that actually those issues do no longer become the challenge to this country. And on the same breath, the DP has also reiterated that institutions should not interfere with the election, or rather interfere with the Independent Electoral Boundary Commission, IEBC. The DP has also assured Kenyans that actually the election is going to be free and fair, and the Independent Electoral Boundary Commission, IEBC, is ready for the August 9th pause. On the issue of using the technology or the manual register to identify voters, the DP has also reiterated on the same matter, saying that actually whatever method they will bring on, they are ready for that. And those are some of the critical issues that the DP has just highlighted. And on the same breath also, we understand today they will be having a number of political rallies. From here, from the current residents, they will be going all the way to Suswa, that is in Narok County, to popularize the agenda, the bottom-up agenda, before holding a mega rally at Nyayo Stadium, probably in the afternoon. And of course, they will be having another series of political rallies in Kiambu County in order to mark today the end of campaigns as per the IEBC, or rather the Independent Electoral Boundary Commission calendar. And of course, we understand that this election comes at a time Kenyans have actually been pressed on concerning the issue of economy, which has been the main agenda from both teams. That is the Azimio La Umoja One Kenya, led by the Azimio presidential candidate, that is Raila Amolo Odinga, and DP William Ruto. The issue of economy has been the major, or rather the center of talks, and therefore the DP says that actually they are very much proud that actually they have made this election an issue-based election. We understand the Kenya Kwanza government is actually proposing the bottom-up economic model that he says will actually be the medicine to this country. Back to you, Ken Kazungu. Of course, from here we shall be proceeding to Nyayo Stadium, whereby in the afternoon the DP and his Kenya Kwanza allies are expected to hold a mega rally ahead of the August 9th general election. Back to you in studio.
Okay, Robbie, thank you for that update. We'll be linking up with you later on in that rally for the Azimio, for the Kenya Kwanza, I beg your pardon. At this particular point in time, we want to cross over to Mombasa County, where a section of religious leaders are holding a peace talk. All right, okay, of course, we'll be crossing over to Mombasa in a few moments from now. But I want to come back to the studio with Madam Betty now. And Madam Betty, this is the third election, now the new dispensation. We had the 2013 election, we had the 2017 general election, and now the 2022 general election. And each and every particular one, the front runners or the candidates have been promising to change the lives of Kenyans. And it seems to be a song, because at the end of the day, Kenyans in this election are still feeling pressed by the cost of living. The economy is choking them up. Why do you think we always find ourselves in this vicious cycle where we get promises, we elect leaders, and then after every 5 years, we come back to the same issues again?
A promise is just what it is, a promise. But once individuals get into power and they occupy the various positions, then of course reality, dawns on everyone, including, the larger Kenyans. If you promise people that you are going to build over a period of 5 years X kilometers of tarmac, you promised 5-10 stadia in every in every county. But when you actually get into power, you realize that, wait a minute, where is this money going to come from? It has to come from, the taxes, it has to come from the businesses and the investments, that the country, is doing internally as well as externally. And there are some external factors that are just that, external, not within the control of the leadership in Kenya. For instance, right now, the dollar has been weakening on a very worrying, trajectory. That is not the fault of President Uhuru or whoever is the president, of the day. It is a challenge of an international nature. We have seen just how the war in Ukraine, the invasion of the Russians in Ukraine, has impacted not only the Ukraine creating a humanitarian crisis, but has impacted, the whole world, looking at even fuel prices, looking at shortages of wheat and rice from countries that were, dependent on those. So for me, what I think is, I look forward to a leadership where promise, but keep talking to us. let us know, let us track, progress with you together, as a people, and see where things are working, and where things are not working, come back to Kenyans and check.
All right, Madam Betty, I'm being told that we have to cross over to Mombasa, where religious leaders are holding a media briefing in their plea for peace, just hours before the country heads to the general election. Let us listen in.
Days remain peaceful to secure for all human beings within our borders. Kenya's past elections have experienced and remained unpleasant, justifying the current fear of insecurity. Kenyans are worried. Some of them have left their places because they fear the worst. As a people of faith, we call upon Kenyans to make this year's elections a pleasant experience. Let's do this for the sake of healing, harmony, and preservation of future generations. You and I will be asked by the future generations, what did you do? Or why did you do it this way? Or learn from us if we choose to be peaceful. We have a faith in our country's security team and the ability to handle the security threats that may arise during and after this period. We call upon them to observe all guidelines to human rights, to avoid incidences that may instigate or cause violence at any level. As we appreciate the intense political competition for the limited seats we have, we call upon all aspirants from bottom to top to prepare for any eventuality, namely winning or losing, desisting from activities that may compromise the credibility of the process, such as a voter bribery or voter buying. Consent of the rich diversity, we urge our youth to embrace peace and cohesion, knowing that it is only peaceful environment that can enable us address our vulnerabilities and challenges.
We commend efforts by media houses to promote peace. Thank you, Bishop. Yes. We commend efforts by media houses to promote peace and security through their reporting. It is our desire that they remain sensitive, maintaining impartiality. We call on parents, both fathers and mothers, to ensure protection of their children from misuse for political gain. We are aware of youth and teenagers already recruited for violence. All parents to remain aware of their children's movements and engagement, especially this political period. We call upon all people of faith to embrace civic duty of participating in the voting process. Vote conscious to ensure that future of our country, while important opinion poll should not be taken as inclusive indicators of the election results. It is only your vote that counts. We offer our total support to IEBC in all their endeavor towards ensuring peaceful electioneering process. We encourage them to adhere to all set timelines and avoid delays that will cause suspicions and tension, thereby threaten peace and harmony.
Last but not least, my dear people of Kenya, and all people of goodwill, elections are important for a democratic. Sorry, you're right. Last but not least, to all of you Kenyans and people of goodwill watching us and praying with us and journeying with us in our country, elections are important for a democratic society, and the nation is bigger than each one of us. Therefore, there will be Kenya, remember there will be Kenya after 9th of August 2022. Let peace reign in every heart, in every home state, and every corner of our country. And as we sing in our song, E Mungu nguvu yetu ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi. Mungu abariki Kenya, God bless Kenya, and God bless all our people. Kenya, be safe, travel with peace, be a companion of peace at all the places we will be. Mungu atubariki, God bless Kenya and its people. We have a peaceful, credible elections 2022. Asanteni na Mungu awabariki.
All right, the Archbishop of the Catholic Archdiocese of Mombasa, Martin Kivuva Musonde, plus a host of other religious and even elders of that particular side of the country, just issuing a rallying peace call into the country, reminding Kenyans that there will be life after August 9th. Kenya will remain. You and I will remain. So whenever you go to the ballot, ensure that you choose peace. And I want to come back with my conversation right here at studio with Madam Betty Andera. And Madam Betty, in 1963, when we were getting independence, there was, of course, a little later after that, we had the sessional paper number 10 of 1965, which listed poverty, illiteracy, and disease as the three main issues that were affecting the country then. Now, some countries which were at the same level with Kenya at that particular point in time have gone way beyond our country as we continue to struggle. Close to 60 years after independence, we're still struggling with poverty, we're still struggling with illiteracy, and even disease to some extent. Madam Betty, what happened to Kenya? Where did the rain start beating us in this development journey, as it were?
I think it's about what happened to African countries that got defiled, that got raped by the white colonialists. What did colonialism do to countries such as Kenya, right? So the Kenyan citizens were pushed at the back. They became enslaved. They became like prisoners in their own country. They were not on the forefront. They were neither consulted nor engaged in any way in governance until the uprising started. And at some point in the 60s, most of the African countries, gained independence. So when you're gaining independence, you're literally like starting from zero. You're learning, you're learning as you go. Yes, we were fighting disease. We were fighting ignorance, and we were also fighting poverty at that time. And you're right to say that we are still talking about the same things today. However, we need to put the whole thing into context, because the disease we are fighting today is not the smallpox that we were fighting at that time. We now have other diseases, other epidemics, other pandemics, even of a global nature. There was no HIV then, there is HIV now for the last, 30, 40 years, and so on. And when you look at illiteracy, actually, if you look at sub-Saharan African countries, Kenya ranks #1 in terms of countries with the highest level of educated people. Much as we say we are still struggling with ignorance, Kenyans are not necessarily ignorant. We have moved a long way. We now have professors, even who are women, which was not the case, back then. What we are struggling with now is more of inequality and iniquities, because you find that the counties, for instance, and communities are not at the same level. There are those that are way, way, way ahead. There are those that are struggling and need a little bit of help. Hence, when you look at the constitution that we now have, part of what that constitution was trying to cure was the later day version of the same poverty, of the same illiteracy, and the same disease.
Right.
But I must say that almost 60 years later, Kenya really is in a much, much better place than we were at independence, although there's still a lot of work that still needs to be done.
All right, let us come back to issues surrounding this particular election. And of course, we saw just last week the Azimio la Umoja presidential flag bearer in Kirinyaga County launching the Firimbi movement. And on the other hand, the Kenya Kwanza presidential candidate, Dr. William Ruto, saying that everybody, all the border riders, all the taxi riders, to ensure that they help those who cannot make it to the polling station, to ensure that they turn out and vote. And now this means that this particular election, Madam Betty, boils down to the voter turnout. And IEBC missed its target by almost 50%, and there is looming voter apathy. But before we get to all that, do you think the numbers, and how do you think it will play out? Because we were listening to some opinion polls as of yesterday, and they were saying for a presidential candidate to emerge victorious, you need at least an 85% voter turnout. Do you foresee a scenario where we will get that kind of turnout in this election?
I would go by what the Constitution says, regardless of the turnout. And what does it say? 50% plus 1. And for you to also be declared, apart from the 50% plus 1, as a president-elect, you also need to gain, is it what?
25%.
25% in
24
counties, like in half of Kenya. That maths is maths, regardless of the turnout. However, this election is so crucial for a variety of reasons. One, it is a transition election. By our constitution, we must have a new administration coming into office. The current administration's time, elapses as soon as the next person is sworn in. And secondly, the stakes are high, again, for a variety of reasons. We are seeing an incumbent, a deputy president, being one of the lead, contenders. But we are also seeing Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga also, on top. And historic because this should Kenyans give him the mandate to rule, for instance, then this would be a presidency that is historic also. Presidency has never been, to that part of Kenya. But even more importantly, the first time in Kenyan history, we will then have a female deputy president also sitting, in office. And we anticipate then that all the historical injustices and all these things, that they have been fighting for and fighting to fix and to rectify, then they'll have the opportunity to do so. Voter turnout this time round is worrying for a variety of reasons. My younger son, for instance, is going to vote for the first time, in his life. And when they were registering for voters, I'm like, hey, dude, the deadline is coming. Have you gone to take your voter card? Oh, Mom, now. And whining and whining. I'm like, what? And a bunch of his friends, in the house are, whining, the same way. They were beginning to ask that for what? What is the need for me from either side? But I'm thinking that after engaging them and after, engaging them to listen, to all these people out there, then they're able to see themselves. The young people are able to see themselves in whichever side. But for me, they are able to say that, oh, now I get it. Right. If I vote this way, then I feel my voice is going to make sense.
All right. Let us now take a very short break. When we come back, we'll be continuing with the discussion right here on TV47 about the looming voter apathy, whether Kenyans or the young people feel lethargic of the election system. We'll be right back with more. You want to stick around for that.
Despite being visually impaired, he is a jack of all trades. It is our quest to find answers on how to take care of children with special needs and those with disability. You do not need to see musical notes to understand music, but rather to have your soul feel the vibe.
Actually, for us to make a wheelchair, we have to take measurements of the user.
After doing my assessment, I get to know the parent, I get to know the heaviness she's carrying.
Disability comes at different stages of life.
How well do you know what's happening around you? Morning Cafe with heated political debates. Baraza la Siasa.
Hiyo kitu azungumzie, angalie hali ya maisha ya watu.
Informative health discussions. Business, farming. Tasty Wednesday, Fitness Thursday, and Feel Good Friday with amazing DJs, celebs,
waimbaji, kuna comedians, alafu kuna wajinga.
and music bands every Monday to Friday from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. The next set of millionaires are farmers, as we know agriculture has been and still is the backbone of our economy. As we traverse the different counties to meet different farmers, we ensure to get the story of how they started farming and even how they continue to penetrate the market and overcome the challenges.
Hapa, the reason why nilieka goose na si ducks. Goose, they are very easy to maintain.
A lot of farmers keep on calling, inquiring whether you're supposed to raise some seeds in the nursery or you're supposed to do them directly in the field.
The greenhouse helps us control the temperature because the temperature needs to be between 28 to 32 degrees.
Walk this journey with us every Sunday at 6:30 p.m. It's no secret, construction ain't cheap. But how do we make it affordable? Different individuals are finding ways of cutting down cost by use of pre-stressed slabs other than reinforced concrete, recycling plastics to make pavers.
The brick is stronger, it's cheaper, and it's lighter.
And recycling wastewater in your household.
What happens to my waste from the washroom, the solid waste? All that can break down.
Those are just but a few.
All right, welcome back. And if you're just joining us, you're watching Kenya Decides on this special wall-to-wall coverage of the 2022 general election. Now, today we're focusing on the final hours of the campaigning period. And at this particular point in time, let me take you all the way to Kenol in Murang'a County, where my colleague Apollo Kamau is standing by. We understand President Uhuru Kenyatta might be making his final farewell tour of that side of the country. Good morning, Apollo. What are we likely to see from this particular final rally by President Uhuru Kenyatta to the Mount Kenya region?
Good morning. We are pitching tent here at Keno, where President Uhuru Kenyatta is expected any time to come here and commission this great project, which is the Keno-Sagana-Marua Road, part of the Great Corridor Project, which is linking Mombasa, Nairobi, and Addis Ababa. It's a project which is about 70% complete, a project which was started in 2020 and funded with the effort of the Africa Development Bank at a cost of 16.7 billion shillings. According to the government, it's now 70% complete. And that's why President Uhuru Kenyatta, as part of his farewell tour, he is coming here to commission this project, which is part of his legacy and other projects today in the larger Mount Kenya region. But this is a very crucial trip and a crucial farewell tour for the head of state, given he is bidding farewell, and this tour of Mount Kenya, and specifically Nyeri County, is seen as a farewell tour. It's full of intrigue because after this, he will be heading to Dedan Kimathi University, where he will witness the groundbreaking of the cancer center there. After that, he will proceed to Chaka Market. Then he will proceed to Mwai Kibaki Hospital at Othaya. So it's a full entry for the president today. And remember, him coming back to Mount Kenya, he is also coming with a message loaded with a lot of politics. Remember, the president has chosen Azimio presidential candidate Raila Odinga as his chosen heir. And therefore, this is his last chance, his last bid to woo the region, to extend his appeal to the region to back Odinga and Mother Karua in next week's election, which will be held on Tuesday. And also he is expected to give direction on who is his preferred successor in this region, given the president has been very silent on his chosen successor or his preferred successor in the larger Mount Kenya region. But remember, there has been this talk, and especially from his allies in the Jubilee Party, saying despite the president exiting office, he still continues to be the party leader of the Jubilee Party. He doesn't stop to being a politician, and therefore they expect even offering leadership here in Mount Kenya region. It's something that he will continue to offer. But very crucially for this trip, it's part of protecting his legacy. Remember, over the years, and especially in this second term, we have seen a lot of projects being commissioned, being initiated. The president has been at the forefront, despite criticism, taking a lot of heat on what critics say is excessive borrowing to finance this project. But remember, over time, the head of state has been saying if it's borrowing, he will continue borrowing for the good of the country to finance these mega projects, which of course for the last 1 week he has been making his tours around the country to commission.
All right, Apollo, before I let you go, there were reports that President Uhuru Kenyatta might hold a Sagana 4 leaders meeting today at the Sagana State Lodge. I don't know, have you heard anything about that? Right, of course, I'm being informed that we could have lost Apollo come out there. But before we went to Apollo, I was in studio with Madam Betty Andera, and she was trying to explain to me what she feels about the looming voter apathy. And Madam Betty, when you walk to the streets of Nairobi and other parts of the country, very many Kenyans will tell you they do not see really a reason to vote, because in 2017, they woke up early and chose leaders. In 2017, we had 2 elections, so some of them say they woke up early twice to choose leaders, but they have not seen the benefits or the fruits of voting, because they were given promises of how their lives would improve after that. But 5 years later, we are still even worse now after COVID.
COVID is COVID. It did what it did to us as a people, as a government, as an administration, and it did what it did, globally. But if you go back to the voter apathy issue, we actually saw that when IBC, set forth the enhanced, voter registration with some target, and in particular targeting especially the young people who had just attained, the legal vote age to vote. And after enough extensions, they still did not reach, their target across the country. And when I walk around, the community, even asking young people, like, so why are you not, why? I mean, this kit is just right next to your house. Why are you not going to register? And for them, a bunch of issues. One, there's the general feeling that does it even matter? Does it does my vote even matter? Is it me who decides, or is the decision already made, at some place? So that's an issue. Another issue is, and again, perception, is that we've seen some of the most incredibly high levels of corruption or corruption allegations, especially in this last 5 years. And many of those young people are saying, but for what? We keep electing them. And we don't get like value, value back to us. At the end of the day, when you hear, the head of state saying 2 billion, is lost every single day. And if you can even put 1 billion in this room now, it's a lot of money. 1 billion, itaja hapa. In cash, itaja hapa. But think about just what 1 billion can do, like to the youth of this country, to the women of this country. So there's that apathy. But on the other hand, there's also the responsibility as an adult Kenyan to vote. Because then if you don't vote, you right there lose your right to complain. Don't vote, then don't complain. Shut up, for 5 years. Because then you're leaving those positions for who? And you're leaving that right to choose for who? Apart from just voting, there's also the aspects of wanting to run, for all these various political seats. That's conversation for another day. But it's the same apathy, as a young person, as a woman, why do I even bother? The system will not favor me, right from my party all the way to the ballot. But I also feel a bigger chunk of it has also been a weakness. And I call out, the IEBC. I feel as a Kenyan and as a mother that IEBC failed our young people by not providing the required and consistent voter civic education that was required. So that gap was filled by who? Civil society organizations, CBOs, and individuals like me, are going out there telling people, hey, you vote, this is why you need to vote, register as a voter, this is why, and when the voting day comes, this is the how, the how you do it. And of course, we saw all manner of, excuses that they brought forth. But on this time, compared to the previous elections, I have not been particularly impressed by the level of civic education that was supposed to be done by IEBC. In fact, it is the ORPP now that came in to bridge that gap. ORPP has done a tremendous, job in terms of getting people informed, getting political parties, organized, and making them know that, hey, someone is watching whatever it is, you're doing, as compared to IEBC. But for this particular election, for me, I would just urge all registered voters, just get out and vote. This one, get out and vote. Your life depends on it.
They were actually, they were told the same in 2017, and still most of them feel that their lives have even gotten worse. But speaking of comparisons, in your view, Betty, do you think the IEBC, in terms of election preparedness, do you think it is better prepared as compared to the 2017 general election? Or how would you compare the two elections in terms of the IEBC's preparedness?
Personally, I'm worried, Ken. I will not even lie. The kinds of things we are seeing in this one, were not the things that we were seeing, in 2017. 2017 had its own, cycle of challenges, but not to the level that we are seeing this one right now. Strangers walking into this country with sensitive elections materials. Who does that? I mean, that in itself to me was just a tip of the iceberg. What else, don't we know? And of course, when we saw, the exchange between the law enforcement and IEBC, leadership, then you just wonder if this is the agency that is mandated by the Constitution to ensure that they give Kenyans a free, fair, and credible elections, then we had a lot to worry.
Of course, yes, because as late as yesterday, we saw opinion pollsters saying that actually 40% of Kenyans still do not believe that the IEBC will deliver free, fair, and credible election. But if you were to be asked, Madam Betty, the IEBC most often than not will complain that it has not been empowered financially, it has not been given the space to operate freely, because we also understand there's a lot of political interference in the IEBC. So in your view, what needs to be done so that we will have an election body in which Kenyans will have the trust that their will be delivered to the letter? What needs to be done to the IEBC to ensure that it is equipped to perform its duties and functions as per the Constitution?
That agency is called Independent. Let's start from there. Independent Elections and Boundaries Commission. Meaning what? That they are expected by everybody, all Kenyans, including other institutions, to run the mandate of managing a general election and any other election-related matter and boundaries matter in a manner that is free of interference from anybody. In the event anybody is interfering with them, they have the right to call them out. We have not seen that happening. Secondly, to gain our confidence, it's only 2 days. I just don't know what it is that that they can do, but I'm among the 40% who is wishy-washy, you know, with the IBC in terms of confidence levels being below sea level, insofar as their ability to give us, you know, a credible election. For me, I think IBC needs to come out and be transparent, come out in a very, very transparent way, lay everything on the table in terms of from step A to step Z. How it is that they do their procurements should not be a secret because it's a public procurement. And in the event that things are found, don't be defensive. Be the first one to say, hey, if there are strangers having, you know, our materials as a commission, then why can't we then let the investigative, you know, team, you know, come in to also unearth that thing that is happening. But when you see a commission coming out to defend foreigners, actually strangers, calling them our employees, a Venezuelan to be an employee of a Kenyan Electoral Commission, I have my reservations.
Of course, we have to say that the IBC came out and say that whatever materials that were found with those individuals were not sensitive election materials. But Madam Betty, let us now try to understand this particular election. And of course, it comes hot on the heels of very heated campaigns. At some point in time, we saw the front runners launching their manifestos. And if there's one thing that struck me across all these manifestos, Madam Betty, is the fact that all these manifestos seem to be anchored on the provisions of Article 43 of the Kenyan Constitution on what are guaranteed to be our socio-economic rights. They're coming to tell us they'll give us healthcare, which is already enshrined in the Constitution. They're coming to tell us that they will fulfill what is in that particular article. And my question would be, these are rights. They're not supposed to be promises and pledges for us to give you votes so that you can give us your rights, our rights.
You know, whenever there is a right in the Constitution, then of course there has to be a duty of whoever is the incumbent to ensure that that right is enforced. And I'm thinking they're coming from that side of, yes, when you put us in, I am going to be the guy who will ensure that your right, you know, is actually given to you because it is a right within the Constitution. And when you look at, again, both sides, actually all sides, not just the two main contenders, like all sides, even the independent candidates, everyone is talking about what matters most on the top of the head of the common mwananchi, which is what? Cost of living, unga, ata kiberiti imeenda juu. You know these things. Can I move easily from one place to another? If I am selling tomatoes, can I buy it easily? Can I find a market for it? Can I, you know, gain whatever I'm supposed to rightfully gain? Can something be done about the taxations, you know, and so on? That is what the common mwananchi really cares about. They don't care about too many big economic words and economic models. They just want to be sure that an administration comes in that will ensure that their lives are easy, that they can do whatever it is they do in an easy way. There's no government that will ever come and feed you in your house. Even an MCA will not feed you. But that MCA all the way up, you know, should show you how they're going to make your life easier. that if I'm sick or my child is sick and I go to public hospital like X, I'm going to find a qualified healthcare worker to handle my case quickly. And I'm going to find the medications, that this my sick child needs so that the child becomes well. That's it. There's not even a big issue. So that's why you see, in my view, there's a lot of emphasis on like social transformation, a lot of emphasis on building social capital, which I personally really like, especially the one, for the Azimio, because nothing is going to do itself. No work, it has to be done by people. And when you're investing in the people, you're investing in the power that you have then as a country, because the power, as the Constitution says, belongs to the people. Right. However, it's interesting to see, how whoever comes in is going to implement, their promise with the realities, that will be there. But for me, what I think is key, Ken, is whoever comes in, they must tackle decisively the cancer around corruption, because that is what makes most of the promises not to be implemented.
All right, sticking with the manifestos, Betty, and we see candidates, presidential candidates, come in with big promises involving billions of Kenya shillings, coming on the backdrop of already in between a financial year. And the question might be, when we see the Right Honorable Prime Minister Raila Odinga promising to give vulnerable families about 6,000 Kenya shillings, if you do the math, it comes to about 144 billion shillings a year. On the other side, we're seeing the Deputy President coming with a hustlers fund and very many funds, which if you put them together comes to almost the same amount of money. Where is this money likely to come from? And couldn't this be another just promise to put them in power?
I have faith and confidence, especially in the Azimio One Kenya side, to actually implement what they say, including the 6K, per vulnerable family, and initiate those within the shortest time possible. And here is how. One, the current president said what is on record, saying 2 billion, was it 3 billion, gets lost on a daily basis due to corruption. That's on record. That's not a rumor. It's on record, right? So if a new administration comes in, like what we see them promising, to tackle corruption decisively, if they can save that 2 billion every day, that's more than enough money that they will have to fund this. Apart from that, I also have faith that the international body, the development partners, are keenly also watching, this election to see how it goes. And nothing stops the administration that will come in, to reach out to development partners and friends of Kenya and say, hey, we need help in terms of resourcing this type of an investment.
All right.
Not alone a grant to help secure that kind of thing. And I'm thinking several other promises within, the manifestos then would be able to see the light of day over a period of 5 years.
All right, Madam Betty, if we speak about the 2 billion that the president says get lost on a daily basis, and if we bring on board the Right Honorable Prime Minister, whom the president calls him his brother and one who has been advising him on how to steer the country, why then can't he advise him now on how to stop the corruption and save the money and help the vulnerable Kenyans? Why do they have to wait until President Kenyatta leaves and then Raila Odinga, if he will be elected, so that he can come and alleviate the pain and suffering of Kenyans? Why can't they work together the way they have said they have been working together to alleviate the pain and suffering of struggling Kenyans?
We don't know that. We don't know that they have not been talking about this particular issue. And I want to believe, as you say, in the spirit of brotherhood, that Right Honorable Raila has shared some thoughts and insights on how to deal with that. And we have seen some successful cases, corruption cases, litigated to the end, in court, because again, we are a civil, society, if you like. And we even saw just the other day, 200, what was it, billion?
Million shillings.
Million, from one of the leading running mates, has been, secured because it was determined through a process that it was funds that was gained through unlawful means. And how many others have happened? So many. So I'm thinking that a new team that is, now focused, does not have baggage of, of the past in terms of leadership that weighs them down from a corruption perspective, can have the opportunity to look at things from a fair, a fair ground, and put in and implement the promise that they have said insofar as fighting corruption is concerned. And for me, I am super excited about the prospects of Senior Counsel Martha Karua, in the mix, because being, a legal, profession herself, and we know how her position has been on matters corruption. For me, my eyes are really on her to see how she's going to, within the context of that administration, stop that, reduce it, stop it completely, not even reduce it, stop it completely, and then we can see possibilities of now having, some extra resources to fund all these things that they need to get done.
Right. The reason why I was asking you that question, Betty, is because we just have what we can call a promise on the war on corruption. Right now, President Uhuru Kenyatta has tried. At some point, a while back, he told us what do we expect him to do. But the question is, what would be Raila Odinga's way of fighting corruption? Because we have a law, we have institutions, we have bodies mandated to deal with this, but as of now, the president still complains 2 billion shillings is being lost daily. So what will Raila Odinga do differently on the corruption front to ensure that this does not happen again?
I want to believe that the incoming administration, should it be the one of Raila and Martha, would be very decisive, would ensure that the judiciary has a specific amount of time to deal with corruption cases, so that we don't see corruption cases, going on for 10 years until whoever is accused, leaves office. So that is one way they're going to do it, I believe. Another way would be that once a decision has been determined through a process that you, public officer X, you're culpable, immediately you are fired, you're sent home, and not just sent home. You walk out of that door and law enforcement is waiting for you out there so that that process begins. Let me tell you, if it happens like that to 2 or 3 high-profile people, let me tell you, corruption will be a thing of the past in this country.
All right. But when you speak about corruption, Betty, we understand that corruption is amorphous, and corruption, we normally say it has the giver and the taker, and it all begins with the inception of the campaigns and the campaign fundings and everything that comes with who gets into power. So are you telling us that the Raila Odinga campaign is above board in terms of who is sponsoring them and how they are getting into power, so that after, if they're elected, they would not have a debt to pay to the people who put them there?
I want to believe, should Raila and Martha come into power, they will come into power because they will have been given that mandate by majority of Kenyans. I recall just a few weeks ago, during the deputy presidential debate, that question was asked to both Martha Karua and Rigathi. And Martha said what? She said that their campaigns have been financed by well-wishers, and they have created specific secretariats that receive the money. It's not money that comes to her personal account or Raila's personal account. They have ensured that that process meets the threshold that it requires, and that they have disclosed to the relevant authorities where the monies are coming from, but by and large, it is from Kenyans who are well-wishers. So if I am a well-wisher and they have put there a pay bill, and I send them my 50 shillings, I don't think they owe me. I am just saying, if this 50 shillings is going to help you, reach to that person who you still need to convince, because you've convinced me, that's why I'm even putting in my money, then so be it. And I'm thinking that is part of why we are beginning to see a reduction in the proportion of the undecided. Remember when the campaign started, the undecided were all neck to neck.
Okay. All right, Betty, I want us to shift this conversation and talk about peace. And we understand that we are in a few hours to the general election, but let me put context in that story. Let us go all the way to Nakuru, where the Kenya Internally Displaced Persons Organizations is commemorating 14 years after the 2007-2008 post-election violence. We are now joined by Nakuru-based reporter Chichi Josephine. Chichi, good morning. What is the mood like there, and what are the victims of the post-election violence saying this morning?
And indeed, we are coming live to you from the Kenya's newest city, Nakuru City. I remember today the Kenya Internally Displaced Persons are holding a meeting here in Nakuru, of course, to commemorate the 14 years after the skirmishes that happened in 2007-2008 post-election. And therefore, remember, they are also holding this meeting in commemoration of the same, and also to remember, of course, praying for the country as we headed to the general election. And remember, we only have 2 days that are remaining to the general election. And therefore, this is politicians, of course, especially in Nakuru, are holding their rush hour politics. Therefore, without much ado, allow me to talk to the internally displaced persons, of course, drawn from different places in this country that bears the name Kenya. Therefore, without further ado, allow me to talk to them and of course, learn more on what they are doing in this particular day. Thank you very much for joining us and for talking to TV47. What are you doing today? And of course, I understand that you are commemorating the 14 years after the 2007-2008 post-election. What other things are you doing?
Okay, my name is Peter Tena. I am the patron of Kenya Internally Displaced Persons Organization, an organization which fights for the rights of 2007 and 8 post-election violence victims. Today we have converged here to our anniversary, the 14th anniversary, after the post-election violence which occurred on after 27th December 2007 general elections. We are here to assess and also give our appreciation to all the stakeholders who participated to assist us to come out of the camps, and also from the horrors of the 2007 and 8 post-election violence. One, we have to acknowledge that it is from the current government, which is the government of Jubilee, which actually did remove most of the camps, our people who are living in the camps. So for the first thing I'll do is to appreciate His Excellency President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta and also the Deputy President for the effort they dedicated to assist the victims of 2007 and 8 post-election violence. Okay, on the same, we want to appreciate the same government, because they took over from the glad coalition government of the late Mwai Kibaki, who we had to give a send-off some few days ago. Now, at the juncture, we are heading to another election. So in such a circumstance, it's very important that as a fraternity and as a community and as a society, which came to be called internally displaced persons, we have to give an opinion on the direction pertaining the coming election. One, I want we as the IDPs across the country to be understood on this perception. One, we are giving a stance protest against all those people who are advocating that once they ascend to power, they will change the dynamics of the religion in this country. One, when I'm speaking about this, we have to remember that there are missionaries, that is John,
even as you are telling us about the early missionaries, when someone mentions peace, how critical is peace to you as the internally displaced person?
Now, it is where I was coming. If you look at what we call revolution, let me speak about that shortly. Revolution can come from the youth. And revolution can come from religion. So even our principal secretary, Dr. Karanja, spoke about the fraternity which is in the Kwanzaa, saying that they can lead to a revolution in the future. But to us, when we look at the church, which has a foundation, and it has already been attacked several times, it means that revolution will be more serious.
We have 2 days to the general election. Talk to people, more especially to the politicians.
Okay, about the politician, what we are saying is this. Already, what is there already with our Inspector General, the National Cohesion and Integration Commission, the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, the Director of Criminal Investigation, and what we have in the court right now, we are 100% that any politician who will instigate people to perpetrate violence, we have him as the internally displaced persons. Yes.
Thank you very much. And Kenneth, remember that is the patron of the Kenya's internally displaced persons. Of course, they are commemorating the 14 years after the 2007-2008 post-election violence. And therefore, what is critical to them is peace. And remember, we have 2 days to the general election. And therefore, all they want is peace. And of course, they touched on them being compensated. Therefore, this is a story that I'm keeping an eye on, Kenneth, and I shall be able to file it in our subsequent bulletin later. On behalf of my camera person, Eliud Karanja, my name is Chichi Josephine. Over to you, Kenneth.
Chichi, thank you for that. Let us now continue with our conversation with Madam Betty Andera. And Betty, when you hear victims, I'm being informed that my colleague Willie Dennis Njiru of Naivasha is on standby just to give us a feel of how the last day of campaigns is in that side of the country. Willie, good morning. If you can hear me, what is the feeling in Naivasha about the last 24 hours of campaigning?
Thank you very much, my colleague in studio, coming to you live from the streets of Naivasha. Just like you alluded, from the guns to the tape, it is at the tail end where the politicians have to place down their mantle and leave now what awaits the outcome of the results after Tuesday's deadline, where they have to go to the ballot. Without taking much time, I have with me locals here who are going to be telling us more and giving us their insights in regard to if the politicians have done enough canvassing to make them vote in certain directions. Ndugu, nieleze kwa majina yako, songa karibu, songa tu karibu. Nieleze jina la kwako, alafu ikiwa wanasiasa wamekushawishi vya kutosha.
Hi, my friend, my name is George Omote. Nafanya kazi hapa mahali tuko. Na sasa ile kitu yangu kubwa sana kuuliza ni hii unga wanasema iko ya 100 na hakuna vita mahali inapatikana, ni vita, wamama wanakanyagwa, my friend. Haya, sasa ikifika ni wakati hiyo unga itapatikana, ikipatikana ni shilingi 200, itakuja mpaka kwangu kwa kioski, lazima nitaipata 200, lakini 100 hakuna, wameficha.
So wale walikuwa wanakushawishi kwa kutumia unga,
sasa wananishawishi nitumie unga na ni uongo. So kama ni kunishawishi kutumia unga, tuma mpaka kwa ile kioski yangu iko kwa nyumba, wacha kupeleka kwa masupa. Tuma ingie kwa kioski yangu pale nyumbani, ndio watu wapate unga kama 100. Saizi unga ni 256. Enda sahi uone masupa yote.
Ndugu wanasiasa, jitambulishe jina la kwako, alafu nieleze ikiwa wanasiasa wamekushawishi vya kutosha kuweza kupiga kura kwa kiongozi fulani na sio fulani.
Okay, kwa majina naitwa Evans Arogo, mkaji wa Naivasha huko. Na kuhusu siasa ya saizi, naona kampeni imefanywa peacefully, hakuna matusi na tunaendelea na tunashukuru kwa hiyo. Lakini sasa kenye tunaomba sisi kama wakaji wa Naivasha, tunataka amani kitu ya kwanza. Huyu kiongozi ambaye mwenye anakaa huko juu mwenye anatenda kupigania mwenyewe, saizi kama zile niko hiyo yenye imeongewa ya unga, mimi ndio nangangana mimi mwenyewe. Ni upige kura, uende kwa polling station upige kura, uingie kwa nyumba, uongoje matokeo. Ule mtu yeye atahitaji kama ameshindwa. Tunaomba kubali amefanya nini? Ameshindwa.
Wamekushawishi vya kutosha.
Okay.
Ama licha ya kampeni za aina gani ushafanya maamuzi?
Haya, maamuzi, unajua mtu hata akikushawishi wewe mwenyewe, wewe binafsi mwenye uko na hiyo kura, uko na maamuzi yako wewe mwenyewe. Mimi kulingana na usawizi kusema ati unga unisawizi niende kufort, isiwe tusiweke unga kwa siasa. Unga Kenya tunasema unga imekosekana saizi. Hata hiyo supermarket yenye unaambia hiyo unga kuna hiyo unga ya 100, hatuna hiyo unga ionekani. Wamama hapa juzi wameanza kupigana hapa hivi. Mama unapigana ili mtoto aende kukula. Hakuna unga. Lakini tunasawezi kama kuna siasa inaendelea juu ya unga, wawaachilie unga, watu wakuwe na ile amani ile yenye walikuwa nayo. Waendelee nayo. Ile 200 ile umezoea, afadhali walete hiyo 200 na ipatikane. Unaona?
Kwa hivyo ulikuwa unashawishiwa kwa kutumia unga?
Hakuna mtu amenishawishi juu ya unga ati niende kumpigia.
Ushafanya maamuzi yako?
Mimi mwenyewe niko na maamuzi yangu mimi mwenyewe.
Naam. Haya, sister, jina la kwako, alafu wanasiasa na kampeni zao wamekubadilisha mtazamo wako na msimamo wa ukampigia nani kura?
Kwa majina naitwa Lucy. Wanyakula wamenisausi juu saizi kama venye unga walisema ni 100, hakuna unga yenye inapatikana. Sasa tukipata unga watu baka wanapigwa marisasi juu ya unga. Kwa hivyo hali unga ya 200.
Ndugu, jina la kwako, wanasiasa wamekushawishi vipi kuhusiana? Karibu ya songa kidogo. Wamekushawishi vipi?
Kwa majina naitwa Peter Zuo. Kwa kusema ukweli, hiyo unga wenye wanaongea ni ukweli kabisa, hakuna unga. Hadi unga 200 wenye mtu anaenda na unapata kwa duka. Wanasiasa waache kupitia, wasipitie yani kwa unga sababu hatupati unga.
My colleague, as you can have the feeling there from the locals here, perhaps a big chunk of the locals here have already made their decision despite the amount of conversing. We all understand that some time later this afternoon, the Deputy President will be traversing the areas of Nyayo, that is around 36 kilometers from here, before he joins the rest of the citizens at the final rally expected in the capital city later on this afternoon. But from us here, we will be keeping an eye and watching to bring up to speed our viewers in what is trending and happening around this part of the country. From me here in Naivasha, back to you in studio.
All right, Willie Dennis Njiro, thank you very much for that update from Naivasha. And I want now to continue with my conversation in studio. Before we look at the bigger aspect of peace, Betty, I want you to respond to the general feeling for the residents of Naivasha there, in as much as it is the last day of campaigns. Tuesday is the general election, but they still continue to cry about the availability of basic commodities, unga being the overriding theme for them. How is this likely to play out, and how is this general feeling expected to influence the election outcome?
When you hear residents of Naivasha speak the way they have spoken, I want to believe they're speaking for everywhere in Kenya. You go to Nakuru, you go to Migori, you go to the coast, you go to where, anywhere, everywhere, you know, unga has been an issue. And it takes us back to our initial conversation around the high cost of living. And in particular, you know, unga is like the thing people work for, really, on a day-to-day basis, just so that you can bring home that 1 packet or 2 packets of unga for your family to fend on for that particular day as you get out to search again. And we realized that recently, when the fuel prices were going up and fuel shortages, and that's just a few months ago, unga prices also went up, plus several other commodities. You know, when fuel goes up even by 1 cent, everything else, like hata kibiriti, goes up. But unga is key because that is now like the central nervous system, of existence of our communities today. And any politician who can address the unga issue decisively then might be able to carry the day insofar as, this coming election is concerned. But I want to go back to what Raila Amolo said recently, that the price of unga, to come down to, was it 100 shillings? And in the event that it is now the middlemen who are playing tricks, then they need to know that they're playing tricks with the lives, of Kenyans. And unga needs to be available in that local kiosk where people can access it and where people used to access it.
But sticking with that, don't you think, because the Right Honourable Prime Minister has been criticised by his critics, saying that the Jubilee administration, of course, with his friendship with the president, they're using unga for politics, because we understand the first time that there was this statement about the 100 bob unga, it came with a month's expiry timeline. So there are very many people who feel like this 100 shillings unga is just a tool to sway them to vote for them. Don't you think so?
Anyway, you know, in a political season, even if you cough, people will interpret that in all manner of ways. Even if you smile, like you're smiling right now, people can interpret that in all manner of ways. But what I really know is that for prices to go down, the government must have put in place some subsidies to cushion, you know, the purchasing power for that particular unga. So the deficit is being paid by somebody, and that person is the government, just like the cushioning that they did on fuel. Otherwise, fuel by now would be a completely different story. So people reading politics, it is what it is, because we are in a political season. But I want to believe that then this is a leader who had the immediate cry of the common mwananchi and did something about it. And for sure, on your same TV, we were seeing women and men and people, community people, just saying, yeah, me, I've gone to my local shop and I have found that unga of 100 shillings, and they were very, very grateful from both sides, actually from all sides. So what has just happened to a point where now in Naivasha, or maybe it's also widespread, that there's now a shortage. It didn't sound like it's anymore the 100 issue. Sounded like, even if you want to buy it for 200, unga yenyewe haiko. So you wonder what has happened. Have the politicians bought all the unga waiting to give it out on the last day? Such is our politics, Ken.
All right, let us now look at the issue surrounding peace, Betty. And before we went to Naivasha, we were in Nakuru, where the victims of the 2007-2008 post-election violence were commemorating 14 years since that very unfortunate scene and period in our country. First of all, your immediate reactions to that particular update from Nakuru.
I think that update rides on the earlier update of the religious leaders in Mombasa, who were speaking about, you know, the same peace, you know, calling all of us to action, insofar as maintaining peace before, during, and after the elections, regardless, you know, of the outcomes, and also building on what even we had Honorable Ruto say that from his side they will accept, you know, whatever the outcomes, you know, that will be announced. However, I can't believe it's 14 years. It feels like it was just, you know, the other day when Kenyans saw the darkest part of its history, when neighbors, you know, turned on each other and butchered one another in the name of an election outcome. And while they're applauding, you know, the Kibaki government, you know, for the actions they did to reinstate and resettle, you know, the IDPs, and also appreciating the efforts that Uhuru's administration has also done to get them back, you know, to economic productivity. As Kenyans, this should be a reminder to us that what you say, how you behave during, before, and after an election can do two things: can maintain the peace or can cause chaos. And again, I join in their voice to just call on fellow Kenyans, myself as a global peace ambassador, that, hey, elections, campaigns can be for 10 years, 5 years, you know, but elections is just a day. And it's a few hours for you to go out and queue and vote. It's actually a few, just a few hours. But what you do with that election outcome, or how you respond to the calls that people give you, really matter to us as a people, because at the end of the day, you've done your part, you've voted, you've made your voice known loud and clear, who it is you want, right from your MCA all the way to your president. But do not allow any politician, whether they're celebrating or whether they are crying, to come out to you and tell you to turn against the other person who they suspect probably voted in another way. I think Kenyans, we have matured as a democracy. This is the third election post our new constitution. And part of the reason that constitution was even, revised was because of what these people from Nakuru are saying. So Kenyans out there, let's maintain the peace, elections, bila noma.
And staying on that aspect, Betty, we have seen sentiments from the political scene. On one hand, we saw the Azimio, one Kenya faction saying, of course, if the IBC is not properly constituted, they might not even be going to the ballot. On the other hand, on the Kenya Kwanza side, Deputy President William Ruto says chiefs are being used to campaign against him. Yesterday, we saw the Interior CS coming out to say that is not true, and if the Deputy President has any evidence, he's supposed to table it. Now, my question would be, I, as the normal mwananchi, who is looking up to government to ensure that there is peace before, during, and even after the election, when we hear of this clamor at the top brass of leadership in our country, how are we, as the common mwananchi, as it were, supposed to read this with just days to the election?
Kenyans, we are brilliant. We're a brilliant bunch of people. And this is the time that we need to go back to our inner selves and have conversations with ourselves and tell ourselves, listening to this one, and this one, which side do I want to trust? Personally, I have 100% confidence in the security apparatus that we have to work alongside IEBC to ensure that elections are done in a free, fair, and transparent manner and a credible manner, and that peace is maintained, and that no person who will bring chaos, even in the elections voting area, cannot be condoned, because voting in itself should be a very peaceful process. Go queue when it's your turn, get in, decide how you want to decide, walk out and go back home. However, politics as it is, Ken, we as a people and our political class are fond of reading anything into everything, or everything into nothing, all right? And in some cases, I hear it could be a strategy, just to fend off the other person if you are suspecting the other person might play something, fishy and so on, to come out, and make those kinds of pronouncements. But when you hear CS Matiang'i say that his job is to work with the provincial administration, that is the nature of his job. Just like the CS for health would be working with who? Doctors and nurses and lab folks and CHWs and so on. However, even if you are a public officer out there, you have a duty to the Constitution and you have a duty to Kenyans.
Betty, I want us now to look at the campaign strategy. And they normally say when you're campaigning for an election, you can do it in two ways. Either go out there and campaign for yourself, or you can go out there and tell people how your opponent is not good enough. Do you think who, in your view, in this campaign has done what, and how is it likely to impact on the numbers that are likely to come in on August 9th?
That's a very interesting question, actually. And I also every day ask myself, this campaign, especially at the presidential level, yes, right? Of course, a variety of methodologies, can be used. I was a candidate, I was an aspirant once upon a time, recently, so I employed all manner of strategies to campaign, part of which was to reach to the people yourself.
All right, hold that thought, Betty, because I'm being informed that we have to cross over to the Nyayo National Stadium, where my colleague Paul Kirobi has already shuttled from the residence of the Deputy President in Karen to that particular venue for the Kenya Kwanza's final rally. Paul, good morning once again. What is the mood like at the Nyayo National Stadium, Paul?
From the Nyayo Stadium, just like you've mentioned, we've just departed from the current residence where Deputy President William Ruto addressed members of the press pertaining the election preparation, and he mentioned
key issues that actually they have trust with the Independent Electoral Boundary Commission, IEBC. And as we speak right now, we are camping at the Nyayo Stadium, where Deputy President William Ruto will be holding his last and final mega political rally. And if you can see the pictures, my camera person is just panning. Residents of Nairobi County and of course supporters of DP William Ruto are making their way into this particular stadium, where in the afternoon the DP will be arriving here and of course popularize his last agenda under the United Democratic Alliance coalition. And of course we understand the Kenya Kwanza team include allies, that is Garissa Member of Parliament, Aden Duale, and of course Kimani Chungwa, Kikuyu MP, and other allies under the Kenya Kwanza Brigade have just proceeded for a political rally in Suswa, Narok County. And this particular stadium, they will be popularizing their last minute, of course, candidature in order to ensure that the DP becomes the 5th president of the country. And as you can see, just
Niko sawa, niko salama, nashukuru Mungu kwa siku ya leo. Majina yangu naitwa Kanairo Naruto.
Nam, you've mentioned your name. I don't know whether it is your true name or the name of the DP.
Okay. Jina langu kamili ni Amos Kiblangat. Amos ni msaliwa wa Mount Elgon. Siku hii nimekuja nijumuike na wenzangu kwa sherehe kubwa ambaye hii sherehe ndio itahakikisha kabisa William Samoei Ruto tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8 ameingia kwa uongozi wa nchi ya Kenya.
Are you a resident of Nairobi County or you've just traveled from abroad?
Okay. Mimi ninaishi Mount Elgon lakini ni mkaji wa hapa Nairobi. Okay. Sababu yangu niseme ya kwamba nimeamua ya kwamba nitembee kila kote nchini niambie vijana ya kwamba kiongozi ambaye anajua shida wa Kenya ni William Samoei Ruto. Kwa sababu niseme William Samoei
ambaye anaenda kuingia Samuel Ruto ataleta mabadiliko katika jamhuri hii ya Kenya. So hatutaki kudanganywa tena, tumechoka na kudanganywa, tumechoka na kuahidiwa agano ambazo hazitimii. So Samuel Ruto alisaidia Uhuru kusema ukweli wa Mungu, na mahali ambapo Uhuru amefika si
a Kenya Kwanza event that they are preparing for. And of course, I mean, his supporters are excited, are looking forward, you know, to him coming later on in the afternoon to give them that final, you know, address, since today is the last day for campaigning. And clearly we can see how his supporters are ready to vote him, and why. And what we are hearing clearly there with a lot of emotion that we can see is brought from the top. That he's the leader who has also suffered, he has sold chicken, and he's like them. You know, he can identify with their issues. And if you're a common mwananchi who has not suffered, you know, in your life, and you're not on that side, then probably you're lost. And of course, certainly they're right, you know, to be here, they're right to choose, you know, whoever it is that they want to choose. But what is actually a thread that cuts across the community so far that we are hearing, of course, is the high cost of living, the unga issue. And just because life has just become, you know, unbearable, you know, unaffordable, and we can see that cost of living has been on top of the agenda of all the presidential contenders, and each one coming to us as Kenyans with a strategy, with a methodology on how they think they're going to, you know, resolve the issue. But of course, I want to believe that certainly whoever comes in within the first 100 days, you know, the cost of living question, you know, should be, and I mean, should be on top of their priority to fix, so that Kenyans can start having, the reprieve so that they can focus on other things. Of course, remembering that whoever comes in, regardless of which side, once you're president for all Kenyans. For every Kenyan, whether they, no matter how they voted.
Betty, let us now look at the two leading candidates. We have Deputy President Dr. William Ruto on one hand, and on the other hand, we have former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. If you look at them critically, both of them, at some point, they have been in the corridors of power. They have held cabinet positions. Raila Odinga at some point was the Prime Minister of the Republic of Kenya. William Ruto also held some key cabinet positions and now is risen the ranks to become the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. So we are having the same crop of leaders since '63. And we are still having the same result. The proof of the pudding is in the eating. And this pudding for Kenyans is about the cost of living, about the cost of unga, about the cost of fuel and petrol, and how life has become unbearable. So do we find ourselves, Betty, then in the Stockholm Syndrome kind of scenario where our oppressor, as it were, is still supposed to be our savior? Don't you think?
The oppressor becoming the saint. Well, you're right. These two gentlemen are very high-profile individuals who have held, both of them have held high-profile positions, in government. Raila Amolo Odinga rising to, the Prime Minister of this country after the disputed 2007-2008 elections. And of course, and at that time, they were together with William Ruto. But then, of course, Ruto also rose to now becoming the Deputy President for the last 10 years. So we are talking about individuals who know this government inside out. We are talking about individuals who know the politics of opposition. We are talking about individuals, and in this case, I'm referring to Right Honorable Raila Odinga. You're talking about an individual who has had the experience of sitting ground, who have had the experience for the sake of Kenya to say, let it be, let it go, let us have a handshake, so that the bigger picture of Kenyans' lives, can actually move on. But there is a point of departure, Ken. One individual has had allegations, of corruptions hovering over his head like he cannot even shake it out, all right? On all the positions that he has held. One individual joined to the hip with His Excellency, the President, has had a very interesting relationship, some of which have played out, in public, in the full glare, of Kenyans, whereby two people who should look in the same direction have come to a point where one is looking east, another one is looking west. But it's also interesting that we have had a scenario where Right Honorable Raila Odinga, after the disputed 2017 election, was able to say, hey, Kenya is bigger than all of us. Can we have a handshake? I'm happy to tone down, I'm happy to let things go, and I'm happy to, share my thoughts on how, the Kenyans can be governed for the remaining period of this administration, and just see what happens, into the future. But we're also seeing one gentleman there, Right Honorable Raila, who has for real fought for this country, acquiring the name Father of Devolution. And of course, devolution came in to cure quite a number of historical injustices. So while they both have high profile, they're high profile, politicians, they have a point of departure. Part of which we see, playing out in these elections, and part of which, in my view, will be the main determining factor on who Kenyans will say, who can we trust?
All right. Let us, at this particular point in time, before we continue looking at the candidates, I'm being informed that my colleague Boniface Baraza is on standby in Trans Nzoia. Good morning, Boniface. If you can hear me, what is the mood like in Trans Nzoia County on the last day of campaigns?
Kenneth Kazungu, and we're coming to you live from Kitale Town, Trans Nzoia County, county number 026. The county prides itself as the food basket of the country, and remember, this county has approximately 398,981 registered voters who will turn to the polling stations come August 9, which is Tuesday next week. And remember, after months of intense campaign, hate and campaign, and we've seen political class in charm offensive tour just traversing various counties in the country or across the country to rally the locals, to rally Kenyans just to support their bid and ensure that they turn up in large number come August 9 and elect them. Today, finally, the curtains comes down. The curtains come down, being the closure of the official period of campaign, or the official period of campaign comes to a closure today. The curtains are being brought down today. Let's hear from locals who will turn up come August 9 election, get to the polling station just to ensure that they practice their democratic right in electing the leaders they think will bring transformation to the country or in their life. Asante kwa kutenga muda wako, jitambulisho naitwa nani, na kampeni zinaisha leo. Wewe binafsi umeridhishwa jinsi wanasiasa wameendesha kampeni zao?
Bila shaka nashukuru. Kwa majina naitwa Musa Eremon almaarufu BBC. Nimeshukuru Trans Nzoia County, mpaka sasa hatuna visa vyovyote ambaye simefanyika vibaya, licha ya chache tu, lakini Trans Nzoia County ni moja ya counties katika nchi ya Kenya ambaye imebeba makabila zaidi ya 55 hivi mpaka wengine mataifa za nje. Kwa hivyo tumeboresha kampeni yetu kwa njia ya amani, kwa njia safi sana. Naam. Na mimi mwenyewe ni mtangazaji ama ule MC wa senator wetu ambaye tunatarajia kwamba atachukua hii kitu, Senator Andre Olendiema 026, kama senator mzee ambaye kwa hakika yeye ndio mgombezi tu wa kipekee wa umri ya wazee ambaye anapambana na vijana. Kwa hivyo tunatakia kila laheri uamuzi wa Trans Nzoia kati ya wale wapiga kura zaidi ya 1400. Yeye tu ndio mzee wa kipekee ambaye kwamba anaunganisha jamii zote na anakuja kutetea mbolea ambaye kwa sasa ni 6,000 na wakati wake ilikuwa ni 2,500. Asante sana.
I saw you nodding your head when he alluded of Henry Olendiema probably will be the next senator come August 9 election, which is next Tuesday next week. Why were you nodding your head? Why were you not in agreement?
Yeah, I'm nodding my head because huyu jamaa anatudanganya peupe. Senator amekuwa pale, hakuna chochote alifanya. So tunasema mzee atulie. Na kikwetu wazee wakishatayarisha vijana, wanaambia vijana sasa nyinyi muende kwa vita, wazee ni kuota moto ya msogoro. Sasa Ndiema aote moto ya msogoro, atulie pale nyumbani, tulimpa tamu zake zikaisha. Kuhusu stories za campaign, Trans Nzoia hapa tunashukuru campaign imekuwa ya amani. Watu wa Azimio, watu wa Kenya Kwanza wanakutana, wanafanya campaign zao na amani, hakujakuwa na shida yote. Hiyo tunaleta shukrani kubwa. Na sisi wafanyabiashara tunasema asanteni kwa kelele ambayo mmetupigia. Tumesema hiyo kelele sasa imetosha, na uamuzi tunaenda kufanya kwa njia inayostahili. Na tunaomba watu wa Azimio msikae chini kwa lami. Lami ni ya gari ya kupita, si watu kuketi na kufanya maandamano. Ukishindwa enda kotini. Na tunatumaini kutakuwa na uchaguzi mwema, na tunaomba amani, na tunaomba kila mtu apendane na majirani. Hakuna mwenye ako special kuliko mwenzake. So tukae na amani, na Trans Nzoia, Kenya mzima muige Trans Nzoia. Trans Nzoia iko na amani, na tunawapea mahindi ya kutosha. Hii unga ya shilingi 100 mwache, kujeni mchukue mahindi. Mahindi iko mingi. Uhuru asiwaonge na unga. Unga iko Trans Nzoia. Kujeni karibu.
Asante. Being a local here and being a voter, will brace the cold chilly morning come Tuesday and heading to the polling station just to exercise your democratic right in electing your next leader come Tuesday next week. What are these issues that you'll be considering in electing your next leader?
As a voter and as a leader of youths Trans Nzoia County, we want to say that the politicians have evangelized in every corner of this country. And I know the electorates have already decided on 9th August, we will know who evangelists the most gospel of the politics. But as a youth, I want to encourage people to vote according to the history, to vote according to the virtues, which is integrity, honest, and other transparency. Those are the things, if a leader has, he can bring the development to the county or to the national politics yenye anafanya. Na kama mpiga kura Trans Nzoia, nataka kuambia watu kwamba wacha tupige kura ya amani. Whether Raila wins or Ruto wins, we will support him because uongozi napeana na Mungu. And this time I want to tell people that hakuna fujo, hakuna sarakazi na turushi mawe. We are not ready to die for any politicians. Yours is just to vote, go home and stay. Hiyo ndio tunasema.
Asante. Thank you my brother. Asante ndugu yangu. Wewe kama mhudumu wa bodaboda, siku ya Jumanne, je, utarauka kwenda katika kituo cha upigaji kura kushiriki uchaguzi? Na kama utaamka, kwa nini uamke kwenda kupiga kura?
Kwa majina naitwa Tony. Kitu ya kwanza ni kura. Hii kama yetu wamefanya, viongozi wamefanya, ni kiongozi imekuwa ya amani. Hatujaona kuvita yoyote Trans Nzoia hii. Sisi tuko na amani. Mimi naongelea upande ya kaunti yangu Trans Nzoia. Kuna farasi wawili, George Natembea na Chris Wamalwa. Tunaomba mwenye atakuja yoyote kwa hii kaunti atufanyie kazi ya kuonekana. Sisi asikuje tena aanze kutudulumu, ukataka kufanya maendeleo. Sisi tunataka maendeleo. Serikali ilikuweko ya kwanza, hatukuona maendeleo ya kufaa. Sasa tunaomba ile inakuja iwe serikali ya maana, ituendeleshe. Mahindi iko. Yule mwenzetu alisema hapo nyuma, kweli Trans Nzoia mahindi iko. Ni mbolea imepanda bei, lakini ile serikali itaingia wasukishe mbolea chini.
Utamchagua ule kiongozi utaenda kumchagua, utamchagua kwa kuzingatia vigezo gani? Utaangalia nini unapomchagua viongozi? Kwa sababu ya chama, mrengo ama kabila ama rangi yake?
Ninaangalia manifesto yake bila aliongelea mara ya kwanza. Manifesto ndio mimi natasama. Kwa yoyote nasema ni asante.
Thank you. It's campaign mode. It is the home stretch. You can be able to see. If my camera person can be able to pan. These are UDA supporters who are in solidarity probably with their candidate. They are marking the last day of the campaign period in Trans Nzoia County. So everything's all about the last minute rush, just to ensure that they consolidate their support base before next week to the election. And today is the last day. Remember, as I said earlier, the curtains are being brought down, and we've seen the two leading alliances holding separate rallies in Nairobi. That is in Kasarani Stadium and Nyayo National Stadium. The Kenya Kwanza Alliance are pitching tent in Nyayo National Stadium, whereas Azimio la Umoja are playing host. Kasarani is playing host to Azimio la Umoja. Kazungu, for the interest of time, I beg to hand it over back to you, but we continue to pitch 10. We'll inform our viewers in our subsequent bulletin. Over to you, Ken Kazungu.
So in the interest of time, I wish to take it away from you. Thank you for that update. And continue with my conversation with Betty on studio. And before, let me just give you a chance, first of all, to comment on the sentiments of the residents of Trans Nzoia County.
I'm actually elated by all the speakers in this county saying that whoever comes in, they will work with the person, and they're urging each other, go vote, whoever you're voting, go home. No peace, no violence. This time it's peace, peace, peace. No tear gas, no throwing stones, and no kulala kwa barabara, which I think is a very good message that they are sending to themselves. They have also mentioned maize and fertilizer, which is a key issue in this area since Trans Nzoia, is one of the food baskets, of Kenya. And they are crying for the price of fertilizer to come down. And of course, we know the politics of fertilizer, in Rift Valley for the last, so many years. And that they have maize, they're not crying for the unga, they have maize, I think is encouraging. But I want to believe that the leaders there who will come in, and also at a national level, of course, the agriculture, is a big part of manifestos of all of them. And of course, I'll be keen on behalf of these people to see what they do to reduce or to cushion the farmers insofar as the high cost of fertilizers is concerned.
All right, Betty, let us continue now with a conversation that we're having in studio. And we were at that juncture where we are trying to look at the candidates. And you are alluding to the fact that Right Honorable Raila Odinga has been the father of the nation. He has fought for this country. He has been the champion of social and electoral justice in the country. for the longest time, Betty. But there are those who feel like he lost all that mojo, for lack of a better word. He lost all that glory the moment he went for the handshake with President Uhuru Kenyatta. There are those who feel, and I personally have been to Kibra, have spoken to his supporters, and most of them feel like he left them when they needed him the most, because at this before the handshake, Raila was a very key promoter of electoral and social justice, and of now he looks like he's complicit with the system, as it were. What would you tell supporters of Odinga if they're listening to you at this particular point in time and they feel like Baba has left them when they needed him the most?
Actually, supporters of Baba, hear me. Baba had you at heart, and Baba still has you at heart. The things that he did getting into the handshake was because of you and was because of me. Look at it. At that time, we were just coming from a hotly contested general election where President Uhuru was defending, his seat for a second term, which is now coming to an end. And the Supreme Court, under the then Chief Justice Maraga, nullified, the results and gave direction for a repeat presidential elections, of which Baba's side, boycotted, Uhuru's side, went on. And subsequently, he was sworn in and all that. And we also saw, Baba also being sworn in, as the people's president, and it was drama, really. But here's the thing. At that time, the economy almost came to a standstill. Nobody was buying, nobody was selling. The business community were crying. Transport, came to a standstill. Nairobi almost became, ungovernable, because every other Monday, or was it Tuesday, there were those, maandamanos. And with maandamanos, we know what comes with it, the rioting, the destruction of property, looting, and so on. And life needed to go on. And I want to believe that had that trajectory continued, then I'm not sure if we would have had a country that we can call Kenya and still look at each other in the eye and say, hey, you are my fellow Kenyan, brother or sister, no matter your religion, no matter your gender, no matter your tribe, no matter your social economic status. So in my view, I want to believe that Odinga yet again became the bigger man, chose to become the bigger man and say, look, while we are still alive, there's always a second time or a third time. And look, this time the stars have actually aligned for that vision that he has had all over the years to now finally, come. Hopefully, Kenyans will give him, that mandate to lead us as the commander-in-chief. So for the sake of Kenyan, he had the handshake. And look, what came out of that handshake were very many things. One, the temperature sort of like came down. People excelled. Businesses continued to thrive, let alone COVID, but businesses continued to thrive. And life went back to a near normal. And I want to believe he was now fighting from within. While people could misconstrue that to mean he went to bed, sort of like with the enemy, if you allow me to cautiously use that word. But he was sort of like fighting from within. And out of the handshake came what? The BBI. What was BBI supposed to do? It was about building these bridges that have been problematic historically.
Those who feel that Odinga was better placed at the opposition when he was oversighting the government, because between 2013 and 2017, Raila Odinga was one of the people who came out with corruption scandals in government. He was always on toes to ensure that the government is put under checks and balances. If you look at it after the handshake, we still see corruption scandals in government. We still see blatant violation of the constitution by the same government. We still see disobedience of court orders by the same government. This is despite Odinga, a man who very many people believed and hoped that he would be there for them, to raise up these issues for them so that the government does what it's supposed to do. They feel that on this one, Odinga threw the baby with the bathwater. And is it likely to cost him some votes in this election?
I would disagree, really. Of course, respectfully, because everyone has their right of opinion. So let's look at it the other way around. What if there was no handshake? And what if we could have gone back to a 2007-2008 situation? Nobody knows. We've just had the survivors speak to us today, hoping that Kenya will never see a thing like that. So which one was the better evil? Me, if you ask me. For me, having that handshake with the head of state showed that Odinga, yet again, took the path of becoming a bigger man. To what extent then did he whistleblow, the things he was doing in the opposition? And I'm thinking that is one of the things that even the deputy picked, as an issue that he has run with, to this day, feeling his job was taken away by Odinga, everything then that went wrong in the government, including all those corruption, cases. Now Odinga is responsible. But let's look at the role he played. One, he came into government as a friend. Odinga he never had an official title in government. He just said, hey, Uhuru, we can still speak as brothers from different mothers for the sake of Kenya. It was not his duty to fight corruption. It was not his duty to do. He's not a public officer, so to speak. But all these people are. But if you look at what he, in my view, was trying to do with the Building Bridges initiative that went the way it went. But the intent in itself was what? Bring back sanity into this country, bring back sanity even into judiciary because of all that drama that we were seeing, fix once and for all divisive elections among a host of 9, I think there were 9 key things that then would have propelled us into even bigger prosperity. But look at it, it was a legal process that went the way it went, and it got paused by the courts, and everyone accepted the decision of the courts, and here we are having an election. So to me, this is the issue. Now he will be, hopefully, Kenyans will give him the mandate to sit on the driver's seat. For me, the question is then, to what extent, when it will be up to him to fix these things, to what extent will he fix? And this is together with Senior Counsel Martha Karua. Will they return Kenya back to where Kenya needs to be? Will they fix all these unga issues, the fertilizer issues, all these divisive issues that we keep hearing? What will they do within the first 100 days to gain the confidence of even Kenyans who will not vote for them? What it is that they will do to ensure that the social transformation that they have promised Kenyans, will be put in place. To what extent will they fight the corruption that they have whistle-blown over for the last, so many years? So for me, I would look forward rather than backward.
Right. At this particular point in time, I'm being informed that we are also being joined by David Matsanga, who is the chair, Dr. David Matsanga, who is the chair of the Pan-African Forum Limited, by way virtually. Good afternoon, sir. Good to hear and see from you this afternoon. It is the final day of campaigns in the country. First of all, your assessment of the entire campaign period. Do you think the leaders did a good job in selling their agenda to Kenyans, Dr. Matsanga?
And the rest then come back to be able in Nairobi. I am in Mombasa live, and I'm watching you. Thank you very much. I like my sister Odero. The analysis she has made is equivalent to my analysis. But I want to thank you and thank Kenyans, first of all, for the tenacity and the steadfastness in controlling their emotions to this final day. We have not had any bad incident that can qualify as something that you can condemn. The insults here and there, these are part of the election. In the political science, there is always some drama but the drama has not gone beyond the level of saying it triggers violence. I hope this will continue throughout the period and after the period of elections. I am happy with the way campaigns have conducted, but I am not very pleased with the way the country has been segmented. Segments. You have put segments. Ruto did not campaign in Kisumu. I'm not very happy about that, because he should have gone to Kisumu. You'll be shocked that when the results start trickling in on Tuesday or Wednesday morning, you'll see some of the people in Kisumu have voted for him. Why didn't he go to Kisumu? And that shows the type of leadership you must, and I must make a disclaimer here now, that I am with a leader who wants to unite the entire country, not a leader who thinks of his tribe or his backyard and leaves the rest of the other places. He didn't go to Kisumu to campaign. He didn't go to Siaya. But Raila Amolo Odinga went to Tarbo. And you saw the crowd in Tarbo, where Ruto is born. Raila Odinga went to Eldoret.
But Dr.
And you saw the
Matsanga,
crowd. Yes.
But Dr. Matsanga, at some point in Raila Odinga's campaign, we saw him where he went to Siaya, and actually there was some bit of scuffle there, but I don't think it would be fair to say that
that was
he did not.
Wanjigi. That was, boss, that was Wanjigi. Ruto has never stepped in Siaya, honestly.
All right.
I'll correct you. If I'm wrong, play the clips. But I am not going to go that way. You are the host of the show. I want to tell you, Ruto went to Kisumu in Koderi, and something happened sometime at the beginning of this year. Yes, the incident was very bad. Everybody condemned it. And when Raila also went to the Rift Valley, there was that incident where his helicopter was damaged. That was very bad. The country condemned, and all the tempers went down. But after all these rallies, he has been flying over Kisumu. He has gone to Kakamega, which is next stage to Kisumu. He has never stepped there and held a big rally in Kisumu to test whether we are going to have a leader who will lead the entire country, not a leader who will lead some parts of this country. Therefore, for me, as an East African, an integrated East Africa is the best for me. As an East African, an Africa, East Africa integrated is the best country for me. As Pan-Africanism, we want to see a leader who can unite Kenya and leave Kenya, whether you are poor or you don't have food to eat, but as long as there's peace, you can move. And I want to tell you that is the type of leadership that I'm looking for. And I hope Kenyans will wake up on Tuesday peacefully, come and vote that leader who does not segregate others. And this is a final day because we are doing an analysis. We can't go back again. This is an analysis. That's my opinion, sir.
All right, very well said, Dr. Matsanga. I want to bring Betty on the conversation. And do you subscribe to the same school of thought as Dr. Matsanga, that the fact that the DP did not really give the Nyanza region emphasis on his campaigns might translate to the kind of leader that he will be if he ascends to the presidency?
I agree largely with Daktari for those sentiments. And of course, that clearly shows, the type of leader we are talking about. Because as I said earlier, remember, whoever comes in, you're going to be president for everybody, including those who did not vote for you, and they did not vote for you. But the minute you're commander-in-chief, you are commander-in-chief of the Republic, of Kenya. And of course, as Daktari is saying, then might this be a sign that he has profiled Kenyans? Meaning that should he come in, then the way he has ignored some regions, he might continue ignoring them in his development plan. We don't know, but that is certainly, a fear. Another fear, really, just to build it from where Daktari has left, is politics of emotions, politics of hasira, politics of anger, politics of name calling, politics of finger pointing. from my assessment, the campaigns, the presidential campaigns at the, Kenya Kwanza side has been more of not even what they will do for Kenyans, but has been more against the sitting president. Even if we reflect on the recent deputy presidential debate, Rigathi was all about not even mother, not even what they'll do. It's about Uhuru this, Uhuru. You'd think Uhuru is the competitor. Uhuru is not on the ballot. Uhuru's time, has ended. However, some of the responses, come out as emotional, come out as, a demonstration of anger. And if you want to be a commander-in-chief of a country such as Kenya, then would want to see a leader who's able to control his emotions, even if the worst scenario comes and you have to deal with it, as a head of state, then it is dealt with in a sober way. However, compared to 2017, personally, I tend to think that this campaign this time, 2022, has been largely issue-based. We have seen all sides, try to articulate their promise, what it is they will do, articulate why they are the best fit, for the seat, articulate how and why they chose, their running mates, and the vision that they both have, for Kenya. And I'm thinking that, agreeing again with Daktari, we've not seen any adverse, or occurrence, that could worry us. But again, we are grateful and thankful to the security apparatus who moved in swiftly. Whenever you talk the Madoadoa language or the Siafu language, you're called out and you're pinned. And we saw, like temperatures, toned down. So for me, this is an election that Kenyans should proceed with sobriety, with utmost soberness, vote, go home. And of course, if you're celebrating after 9th, celebrate responsibly, but if you're mourning also after 9th, mourn responsibly. If you are a mixture of, in one event, you're mourning, in another one, you are, celebrating, probably your presidential went in, but your MCA, you are supporting lost. Again, the point is, let's just remember, we need to have a home called Kenya.
All right, let us now bring in Daktari. Dr. Matsanga, earlier on in the conversation, we were speaking about the level of preparedness of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission for this election as compared to 2017. I don't know, in your view, Daktari, what is your assessment? Do you think the IEBC is better prepared this time than in 2017, or is not better prepared as compared to 2017 in your view?
Thank you very much, my dear brother. I am one of the few critics, and Adela will agree with me. We have ever shared a platform where I told the world that if I were Kenyan, I would not have allowed some people to touch my vote. But later on, we have seized the fire because there is no reverse gear now. The IEBC have already gone into it. They have gone into the preparations. We can't now condemn them. We can't remove them. But they have prepared a very murky road for disqualification. Because IEBC, an election is not, the election is not a one-day event. An election is a process. And you see the process is in chaos. If the process starts to be bad, you are bound to have a bad result. So there is a chaos here now, as we speak, of the process, not because the IEBC is going to do anything which is funny, no. But what people were complaining about previously was the process. And you can see it now, up to today, right now. I think you have seen a letter just right a few minutes ago. The UDA party has written for an urgent meeting 2 days before the election, or 3 days before the election date. They want an urgent meeting because of one thing. Can I tell you the truth? The truth here is this, and let it sink to Kenyans. From the day the Venezuelan people were intercepted, and this report came out, and thanks to the police, the Kenyan police who are vigilant, the DCI who are vigilant, the National Intelligence Services who are vigilant, they caught something, someone's chaos was broken, the ring was broken, and the people started getting, Adela, Madam, you might not see that from the day, that day, Ruto has not been the same man. He has cried, he has checked, he has started throwing insults, started accusations, pointing fingers at Chebukati, telling this, that is it. They want to rig the election, they want to do this, because there's something wrong. There's something that I don't want to say on national television here today. I will keep quiet until the elections are over. That I will tell you what exactly took place. So the stakeholders came in, the police came in, Chebukati came down also, and they went to the police, they sorted that mess. But let me tell you, from that day, my man, the man I removed from ICC, in the Hague, has never been the same guy. The guy has been on rampage now, saying that they want to steal the election. America come in, arrested it. Mr. President, the election is going, the chiefs, Kivicho, this, NIS. You know, such a situation means you were caught with your pants up, down, in the knees. They were caught in catch 22. They had wanted no manual system. They didn't want a manual system. They wanted electronic. But the electronic somewhere to reprogram those things, it takes 3 months or more, 6 months to reprogram the system. Have you not seen something that is very strange? The man became Bazar. Now today, finally, when ODM yesterday asked for API, is it API? I'm not illiterate. You know more from the studio. The ODM party asked for an API.
It's an API, Matsanga.
API.
Yes.
They want to know the journey the Kim kids have traveled. They also want to follow how the Kim kids will travel. There is a problem there. This morning, Mr. Kindiki, Professor Kindiki, my friend Kindiki, the ones we struggled with in ICC to remove these guys, but then later on became a shark, a mercantile shark who was looking for money more than patriotism. Kindiki now has written that they also want to know how the manual register will work. Have you seen? There is something that is very strange. But as far as IEBC is concerned, I think let's learn lessons. Let's learn lessons from 2017. Let's learn lessons from 2007. Let's make an IEBC in the future, for your future elections, a credible institution, not an institution that comes when they have been checked, when they have been exposed, when they have been told so many stories. Those are some of the things that are not very good at all. And when you look at all those things, you find that there is a problem here. And that problem is the IEBC was not well equipped. The IEBC was not logistically, was not open to the public. For example, when the parties went to Greece, Adela, you notice that they only found papers were being brought in, but there is no printing press making noise. So there's quite a lot, but that is water under the bridge. At the moment, let's encourage IEBC, let's help the IEBC, let's talk to them, let's talk to the IE, tell them, and I'm happy they are issuing the statement from time to time. They are issuing the statement so that the public is aware. But as far as they are concerned, if I was to give 10 out of 10, I would give them 6 marks out of 10.
All right, Matsanga.
I'm honest.
All right, thank you.
Because they have left, brother, they have left a lot of Kenyans wondering. Look at, can I tell you before my sister comes in?
Yes, please do. Please go ahead.
Look at the number of cases in court. Look at the number of cases in court. You need only one applicant, one Wamutata, or one Matsanga. For me, luckily enough, I do the international one of ICC. If I were a Kenyan, there are so many grounds that the Supreme Court has to tell me where you are going. So we are going to vote. Raila Amolo Odinga will win this election. There is no doubt now. You can even try to have a vision, a spiritual vision. I have had a spiritual vision.
All right, Matsanga.
Raila Amolo Odinga will win this election, but there is a problem. There is a problem.
Very
the
quickly,
problem
Matsanga.
is the judiciary will make us, let's prepare for another good runner. There is going to be chaos. People will file applications. Very good example is the question of signatures. Do you know that the lower court, there is a court that has nullified the type of signatures you should have? There was no need of using signatures
Yes, Matsanga.
to clear candidates. That appeal, the IEBC has not done it. Mr. Kagame, Ruben, is in court, and I don't see, I don't see Mr. Kagame leaving it. He's gonna go all the way to Justice Mwiru. You remember Justice Mwiru, the soft-spoken lady, the only one I'm worried on that panel. When she starts looking for her vote, when she asks you what happened in her soft Kitui language, then you know we are going for another runner. So I am telling you frankly, my brother, prepare all emergency exits, that there could be a good election. We could get the percentage we want, but we could have a problem with so many, the journey that it has moved. Thank you.
All right, very well said, Matsanga. But I want us to come to the studio. But before we go to Betty, I understand my colleague Mike Agwongo, who's on standby at the Kasarani Stadium, spoken to some Kenyans who are attending the Azimio One Kenya final rally in that particular side of the town. And let us now get to listening to what the Kenyans had to say.
I can get you loud and clear from Moi International Sports Center here in Kasarani, Nairobi. Once again, as I informed you, we'll still be live here in Kasarani, where the atmosphere is lively into another level. Fans, supporters of Azimio Umoja One Kenya coalition just being ready for the coalition's flag bearer Raila Amolo Odinga, who will be arriving here in a short while. Let's make sure that he speaks to Kenyans and his supporters as we head to general election on Tuesday. And I'm joined by a few supporters of Azimio Umoja who have been telling me that they are very much ready for their party leader. Maybe my brother, if you can come on board and tell, what is your name and why are you here? Kwa nini uko hapa leo?
Mimi nimekuja leo siku ya leo hapa Kasarani kushuhudia mkutano ya baba, kwa sababu mara mingi tumekuwa tukipigia baba kura na huanga party kitu. Sasa round hii tuko na hakika, tuko na 100% baba anakuja kukua rais wa Kenya, na akikuwa rais wa Kenya kila kitu itarudi chini, sababu tumeumia muda mrefu. Kiona uchumi uko juu, hata matibabu iko juu. Sasa baba akiwa pale ataleta baba care na pesa mfukoni. Sasa tunajua baba akiingia Kenya itakuwa hata madeni, Kenya haitakuwa na madeni mingi venye sasa iko na madeni mingi.
Ni mara yako ngapi kumpigia Odinga kura, na kwa nini unampigia wakati huu mara tena?
Mimi ni mara 3 kama nampigia kura. Na mimi Raila nampenda sababu ni mtu namjua zaidi. Na nampigia kura sababu ni mtu niko na damu yako na chama yake. Yeah.
Asante. Maybe songa mbele kidogo, tuambie jina lako na Leo hii unatarajia yepi? Manake amekuwa akizunguka nchi yote, lazima hapa Nairobi vile vile amekuepo. Ni kipi ambacho unakitarajia leo hii Raila Odinga aweza kukilete? Na jina lako unaitwa nani?
Naitwa Sharon. Mimi nimekamua hapa kwa ile ya baba cause najua naweza, like ni mtu mwenye anashughulikia Kenya na yeye ndiye anaangalia mahitaji ya watu wa Kenya. Sisi nikasema Ruto ni mbaya, but wacha baba shikilia hapo. Baba mjenge Kenya kwanza. Yeye kama nyuma. Yeye bado ni young. Unaona? Angoja kwanza baba atengeneze hizi vitu.
Yeah. Kama mayouth mnatarajia nini kutoka kwa serikali ya Odinga?
Of course tunatarajia job. Kuna job mtaani tumejua itakamu yenye itakuwa baba mtaani job. Hizo zitakamu yenye zinatusaidia. Then hiyo dhao sita yenye itakuwa inatuhelp tu sana. Unaona? Hata tukianza tukitaka kuanzisha kitu kama mayouth, unaona? Ile ya at least tunaweza fanya. Tunajua serikali ya baba na mama itadu hivyo. Yeah.
Warembo na Rao, wewe ni mmoja wao. Tuambie, ni kipi ambacho kitakuwa kikubwa sana? Mara yako ya ngapi kumpigia Raila Odinga?
Mimi kwa majina naitwa Rose Satieno. Mimi nikipiga kura sasa itakuwa ni mara ya 3. Nimepiga kura, nimepigia baba. Na tuko na matumaini makubwa sana. Tunajua lazima tutapata matokeo. Baba amekuwa akituimbia vitu mingi sana anaweza tufanyia. Na tunaweza tamani sana aingie tuone hiyo mzuri yenye anataka kutupeleka. Kwanza story ya education, tunataka tunasema tutapata free education. Tunaomba sana ikitimizwe kabisa kwa sababu unapata wazazi wengi watu wanafail kwenda shule kwa sababu hawana school fees. Ya alafu economy imekuwa juu sana. At least aone vile anaweza tupunguzia vitu. Pia si zote hazitoshani. Kuna watu wenye wako na mkono ya juu na wengine wako na mkono ya chini. Na hakuna vile hao watakuwa nasikia tu vizuri sana, sisi tunakosa kitu cha kufanya. Sasa sisi tunaomba tu baba kiingia, hizo promise zote zenye ametupatia, tunamngojea akifanya na Kenya atatufanyia. Sasa mimi niko na matumaini makubwa sana kwa baba. Sisi kama wa Kenya tunatarajia tuone mabadiliko makubwa sana. Yeah.
Asante. Tumesema na wewe awali umeniambia kwamba una imani kubwa sana na baba Raila Amolo Odinga. Kwa nini?
Yes, kwa majina naitwa Ndiko John. Mimi niko na imani kubwa sana kwa the 5th president Raila Amolo Odinga. Juu baba ametufuatia hii nchi. Baba amefight sana. Anaangalia kwanza masuala vijana wenye wako mpata wako chini. Anafightia wengine. Lakini wakubwa hawa wanatubia, yani corruption iko mingi sana. Sasa mimi ningependa baba akiingia, the first thing to deal nayo ni corruption. Afunga watu wanapora nchi. Uchumi irudi sawa.
Asante. Ken, Kazungu, as you hear, they are very much ready for Raila Amolo Odinga to get in Kasarani Stadium, where they are waiting for his speech, the final speech before Tuesday's general election. As just to to let you know is that the atmosphere here is much ready for Raila Amolo Odinga. Just as he mentioned yesterday in Kilifi that he is very much ready for general election on Tuesday to tackle his opponent Raila Amolo Odinga. Professor Wajakoya and perhaps David Mwaure Wahiga today being the final day of all campaigns. Raila Amolo Odinga will be holding his campaign here at Nyayo at Kasarani Stadium, as his opponent William Samuel Ruto will be holding his rally at or his campaign at Nyayo National Stadium. Wahiga Mwaure also will be traversing across this county to make sure that he taps the final vote before Tuesday's general election. We'll be camping here, we'll be glued here from this morning.
All right, thank you very much, Mike, for those particular sentiments of Kenyans. The mood is very palpable there, I can tell. And please keep keeping it on the forte for us there to fill us in the subsequent bulletins. But we'll be, of course, crossing over to my colleagues scattered across the country intermittently in a bit just to get the feel of the ground and how Kenyans are marking this final day of campaigns in the country. But to continue with our conversation right here in studio, I'm still with Madam Betty. And Madam Betty, you heard what Daktari had to say. But before we go to the sentiments of Daktari, I'm sure you want to comment about the sentiments of the Kenyans at the Kasarani Stadium and how the mood is generally like there.
Oh, Kasarani is on fire. You know, I feel if I had wings, I would just, you know, fly there. And of course, we can see the excitement, but even more importantly, the expectation, just listening to the young people who are there, what it is that they're expecting out of a Baba presidency, to think more about like youth unemployment and to support them, to make education free so that those who are wallowing, not yet fully educated because of school fees issues and so on, you know, can get back to school and complete their education. And it is just excitement, and would be keen to hear what Baba has to say, and Martha, of course, today as their final closing speeches today, as their campaigns are scheduled to end today. So it's a space that is worth watching. And did the journalist say that Wajakoya is also expected here?
Wajakoya is also a candidate.
He's also having his own.
He's also having his own rally. Wahiga Maura is supposed to be in Eastleigh. We'll be getting, of course, up-to-the-minute updates from those particular venues.
Yeah, yeah.
But let us now go to Daktari's sentiments, Betty. And Daktari says that this particular election, the Tuesday's election, is one that is likely, has a highly likelihood of being nullified at the Supreme Court because of basically the issues Daktari raised there. We had the ruling of the High Court about the signatures and the IDs, the regulations by the IEBC to clear candidates. The High Court say that particular regulation was against the data protection law, and very many other issues, Betty, that the IEBC has had to go through. So do you also think, Betty, that the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission is walking on a legal minefield, knowing full well that this one is likely to be nullified at the Supreme Court?
Remember, when we were starting this conversation earlier today, you raised the issue of a recent poll result that was suggesting that 40% of Kenyans do not have faith and confidence in the IEBC leadership to conduct a free, fair, credible, and transparent elections. And I was very clear that I'm among the 40%. among the 40%. Daktari is very generous. He gives IEBC 6 out of 10. Me, I give IEBC 2. In fact, for me, it would be a receipt of that exam, you know, from by IEBC. But that notwithstanding, I also foresee a host of litigation after the election. Maybe not necessarily to nullify like a presidential election and ask people to go and vote again, but like a host of litigation for all manner of reasons, including letting some candidates run when it is clearly visible that they don't have the required academic, you know, requirements and qualifications as stated in the Constitution. And of course, you know, the recent unveiling of the Venezuelan drama is just adding, you know, like salt into injury on an already crippling institution, if you ask me. And at some time, it also appeared as if the leadership, the leader himself, you know, of IEBC, was behaving as if he was being partisan, leaning more towards, you know, one side than another. Yet this is an institution that should be completely 100% independent and conduct their affairs in a manner that is actually above board. Now, what the litigation will do is, one, it will deny a number of Kenyans the opportunity to lead in whatever positions, you know, they had wanted, feeling that justice was not done to them. But thanks to God, we have the courts people can go to. But again, the fear there also, can you and I, plus Daktari, know that sometimes they say, let's just do it, kesi ni badai. You know when kesi is badai, someone is already sitting on the chair that you you're fighting over and is already, you know, executing duties. So hata kama ni kesi baadaye, eventually you might win, yes, the case, but then what? Where does that still, that still leaves you? So it would have, actually, this is not the time when we should even be having those form issues with IEBC. This is not the election when we should be hearing strangers are having material, sensitive or not, even if it's a pen written IEBC or a handkerchief written IEBC, you know, a foreigner should not, you know, be having those materials. And IEBC should not give Kenyans reason to doubt them, reason to start feeling that is my vote secure? This vote that I will wake up at 4 a.m. to go and cast, how secure is that vote?
All right, Betty, we're still looking at trying to get hold of Dr. Matsanga. We will cross over to him once and when we will be able to. But let us now finally looking at the demographics of this particular election. If you follow these campaigns critically, you will notice that, for example, the Deputy President's campaign, the Hustler Nation, really augurs well with the young people, because even his manifesto and how he has packaged his message augurs well to the young people. If you look at Prime Minister Raila Odinga's campaign, mainly, it focuses on the little older generation. He focuses on 6,000 for vulnerable families. He focuses on affordable healthcare for all. There is the aspect of education for all. So, Betty, there are those who feel like demographics will play a huge role in this election, where we have one camp focusing mainly on young people and the other camp focusing mainly on the older generation, as it were. Do you also hold the same school of thought?
I depart from that school of thought because I believe that the manifesto for Azimio One Kenya is a manifesto for Kenyans. While young people represent the present and the future, a president cannot be a president only for, you know, a segment of the population. What do you do with a 90-year-old Kenyan who is also just as protected by the Constitution as a 15-year-old, all right? While the young people have the numbers, they are many, they have the numerical strength, we need to figure out how to harness the demographic dividends, you know, for good of this country. And I'm thinking that that is what the Azimio One Kenya manifesto is all about. Azimio One Kenya manifesto is coming in to make promises that are workable. For what? To ensure that at the end of it all, once they fix the Buy Kenya, Make Kenya, once they fix the economy, once they strengthen, you know, the manufacturing, once they invest in the social capital of young people, once they fix governance, once they fix, you know, all these things that need to be fixed, is all about creating an economic environment that then makes it easy for jobs to be created. For who? For young people. When you look at their promises around infrastructure, it still boils down to the young person to be able to move easily, to be able to use infrastructural development, including IT, you know, to a better end for them. IT is not an end in itself, but it is a means to an end. Who is occupying the IT space and the funds and all that? It is not a 90-year-old person. It is the young people. And if you look at how he has even promised that his cabinet, ministries and all that will have young people, you know, in mind. So his is a young people centered approach that cuts across all the items within that particular manifesto. When you look at Baba Care, what is Baba Care all about? When you look at universal health coverage, it is just as much as young women accessing the sexual reproductive health and rights that they need to have to keep themselves, you know, safe and continuing with pursuing their dreams. Now, the Kenya Kwanza manifesto, on the other hand, is blatantly focusing on young people, and they have justification for that. Not that it's a wrong model. No, I'm just saying it's look at it and you see, you know, you see young people, which is a good. That's not necessarily a bad thing. But then the question begs, where are the women? Where is everyone else? And if you look at even from a strategic point of view, who is the voter really? Remember, IBC did not meet their expectation. Yes.
Numbers.
But no matter who comes in, the question around the youth must be answered squarely and clearly and quickly.
All right. Let us now throw it to Dr. Matsanga. Dr. We are trying to understand how demographics are likely to play out in this particular election. There are those who feel that the Raila Odinga campaign has packaged his message mainly for the older generation vis-a-vis the Kenya Kwanza side, who has packaged their message mainly for the young people. Betty here departs from that school of thought. I don't know about you, Dr. Dr. please kindly unmute.
Yes. Are you hearing me now?
Yes, clearly, Dr. Go ahead.
Now, the manifesto of Mr. William Ruto, Dr. William Ruto, is Captain Lugadi's manifesto. Anybody who has studied history of international situation, European history, colonization history, will know that Captain Lugard came to Mombasa and registered Kenya as an East African trading company. And if you look at the manifesto, Dr. David Ndii borrowed a lot of Captain Lugard's operations. And that manifesto is money, 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 as if he has the money. Captain Lugard did not have the money. But Captain Lugard was coming to siphon money from you and me and Betty. So Ruto's manifesto is money, 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 money. We 100 billion, we shall raise 50 billion. That is not a manifesto. That's why he failed the interview. Number two, if you look at Raila Amolo Odinga's manifesto, it has some sense of bearing. There is that sense of Adam Smith. You can feel it that any schooler in the world, like Dr. Matsanga, like Betty, like yourself, you can be proud of a manifesto that links to a theory that has worked. But a manifesto that takes you into the alleys of economic sabotage, economic corruption, loaded, is not worth a manifesto. When Raila Odinga says he is going to give 60,000 shillings per month to vulnerable families, the data is available. And the state can get that money to create what we call a social contract. The manifesto of His Excellency Dr. William Samoei Ruto does not create a social contract. Do you know what it creates? It creates social disharmony. And if you are creating social disharmony among the same citizens, you are telling some people to have a wheelbarrow while your children are studying in Poland and having jobs in Poland. You are a very big liar. And then a Kenyan watching me, I can influence over 3 million voters. Look at my mouth and my eyes and let me take off the glasses. Vote for the manifesto that is hinged on truth, not a manifesto that is going to begin on you. Kenyans are not practical, are not an experience, is not a laboratory of experiments. Kenyans have already moved. It's the biggest economy in East Africa. Without Kenya, my country, Uganda, will go down. Rwanda will go down. Sudan will go down. How do you experience, bring a laboratory experience on people who have already moved from experience to practical express highway? Show me one country in East Africa that has an express highway. Zero. Show me one country which has got more roads tarmacked than Kenya. Zero. Show me one country where factories work. Zero. Show me one country which hands over power without a problem in East Africa. Kenya. Other countries don't hand over power without a quarrel. Some of us are here in 37 years in exile because our countries cannot hand over power nicely, like Uhuru Kenyatta, my good friend, is telling you that after the vote, I'm going home to sit down and go with Matsanga to do AU work. You will see us doing Pan-African work. We are not coming back to see what problems you have, but we want to leave a good legacy. Because once the president finishes, Matsanga will also go to African Union. We want him to do international other agencies, peace missions. So the manifesto of Ruto does not convince me as a scholar. If I was marking his manifesto, I would give marks, and the marks would be 5.5. Truth. The manifesto of Raila Amolo Odinga is about 8.5 to 9 marks, because it is real, reality. You are talking about bottom up. To bottom what? Tell me, to bottom what? What will you bottom up? The parish model of Uganda that Ruto borrowed. You see, my biggest problem, you haven't asked me why I have some bitterness. This guy chooses a color that has chased me away from home. And I have become an international journalist, investigative journalist. And he chooses a yellow color. That yellow color, Betty, it pains me. So, for me, I will leave it there for the yellow color. Let me come to the reality now. The reality on the ground is when Ruto sees what is happening, even now you can compare the two fields. This other stadium might not feel until when. Look at them. It's good you have brought the television for the people of Kenya to see. Kasarani is almost twice bigger than Nyayo. Nyayo is zero almost. Look at that up there. It is very clear for you. The people don't want a man who is paranoid. A man who goes, I want to be very, because we shall not have time to tell this man the truth. And the boss, you people run away from the truth. Betty, you have, Gideon, your party has been not telling this man the truth. Betty, let me tell the truth here today. Zakayo did not go to heaven. Can you show me one verse in the Bible that says Zakayo went to heaven? Show me. Where? Where did Jesus tell Zakayo the last words? After Zakayo came and said, "Sir, I returned everything," Jesus looked at him and said, "Oh, until you return each and everything you have taken from people, then you will not. Then you can come to the kingdom of my Lord, my Father." Zakayo from Jericho. You remember the Zakayo story was after feeding 5,000 people at the port of Capernaum, which is the current Haifa. You know, when we are doing these things, we must also give people information. Port of Capernaum is the current Haifa of Israel, where I've gone. The fed people. I touched the soil and you know, I'm not like Ruto. He has never even gone to Haifa. I went to Haifa, but he prays God. God keeps all of us. But God does not tell you go and steal people's money. Then come and tell them that your other people's children push wheelbarrow, while yours are educated in overseas driving the best cars, which cost 25 million shillings. One car. A younger man is driving one car. I want to tell you better, I have 8 children. The firstborn is 43. The lastborn is 24. If I find any of them with a car of 42 million shillings, they would have to tell me where they got the money. Right. Otherwise, I'll call. No, wait! I'm telling you. I will tell you, and I'm telling you frankly here today. I'll call British police And that's what I do. I've told all my children, 8 of them, if I find you with a car which you did not ask daddy to help you to buy, and then you have a car, you must explain it to me how you got this car, and then you bought a car of 42 million Kenya shillings. Look at Ruto's son, who drives a car of 32 million. Where did they get the money? So for me, don't think I'll cover you up. I'll hand you over to the police. You tell the British police, I'll come to pay your bail as your father. Then you remain on your bail. But I will not have, having lived in Britain and been exposed to international politics welfare system like Wajikoya. Have you ever seen Wajikoya talk about me? Because I was his employer. I removed Wajikoya from Camden digging graves. He was a grave digger. And I gave him a job at my nightclub as a bouncer, where he worked as a security.
All right, Daktari, I see you're in Mombasa, and we want to look at stories coming from Mombasa, and it has everything to do with the gubernatorial politics. And then aspirant on the United Democratic Alliance ticket, UDA, Hassan Omar Sarai, remains optimistic that he will emerge the winner in next week's election. Addressing Mombasa residents, Omar outlined 5 pillars of his administration if elected as the second governor of Mombasa County, promising to address the perennial water crisis and ensure quality healthcare in the region, and at the same time revamping the ailing economy. Take a look.
And Selina and my agenda for Mombasa County. So I'll start by saying, reading this statement, Hassan Omar Hassan for Mombasa Governor 2022. Closing statement. Over the past 10 years, Mombasa has witnessed the worst form of retrogressive politics. Access to livelihoods has been limited, resources massively plundered, enterprises destroyed, development suspended, and families have been left to fend for themselves without the necessary interventions by governments. All counties around the country are galvanizing to read out complacency and protect its resources and citizenry. And so should Mombasa. The current lousy leadership puts a system of a few privileged elites that have captured the county and continue to operate with impunity and contempt. Marginalized groups in this county believe in the spirit of having a united county of equal opportunities to all. The democratic gains achieved since the advent of multi-party democracy, and more specifically since the promulgation of the new constitution of Kenya 2010, have been eroded by the current leadership in Mombasa. The county government has been emasculated and made personal property, and is now totally unaccountable to the people of Mombasa. The rule of law, the bedrock of democracy, is under severe threat. This is happening against the backdrop of raging pandemic, a looming debt crisis, and a widening gap in wealth and incomes between the few and the many. Today, it pains me dearly to learn that Mombasa County government employees have not been paid for 3 months and counting. What a shame. To continue this humiliation, the current leadership has fronted a weakling project as its chosen candidate for the gubernatorial seat, while others have focused on maintaining the status quo through pushing their political project to run for the governor seat here in Mombasa. My party candidate, William Ruto, and I have demonstrated an outstanding effort and zeal to build a movement epitomized by the Hustler Nation. In all this blatant theft and subjugation of the citizenry, there has been deniability by the outgoing political class in Mombasa County. In the past 5 years, this impasse caught the attention of the Kenya Kwanza Alliance under the stewardship of William Ruto, Mohamed Ali and I.
All right, from Mombasa, we come back to the capital, take a short break. When we come back, we'll have the conversation continues. This is Kenya Decides, the final day of campaigns. You want to stick around for that.
Despite being visually impaired, he is a jack of all trades. It is our quest to find answers on how to take care of children with special needs and those with disability. You do not need to see musical notes to understand music, but rather to have your soul feel the vibe.
Actually, for us to make a wheelchair, we have to take measurements of the user.
After doing my assessment, I get to know the parent, I get to know the heaviness she's carrying.
Disability comes at different stages of life.
Well, do you know what's happening around you? Morning Cafe with heated political debates. Baraza la Siasa.
Hiyo kitu azungumzie, angalie hali ya maisha ya watu.
Informative health discussions. Business, farming. Tasty Wednesday, Fitness Thursday, and Feel Good Friday with amazing DJs, celebs,
waimbaji, kuna comedians, alafu kuna wajinga.
and music bands every Monday to Friday from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. The next set of millionaires are farmers, as we know agriculture has been and still is the backbone of our economy. As we traverse the different counties to meet different farmers, we ensure to get the story of how they started farming and even how they continue to penetrate the market and overcome the challenges.
Hapa, the reason why nilieka goose na si ducks. Goose, they are very easy to maintain.
A lot of farmers keep on calling, inquiring whether you're supposed to raise some seeds in the nursery or you're supposed to do them directly in the field.
The greenhouse helps us control the temperature because the temperature needs to be between 28 to 32 degrees.
Walk this journey with us every Sunday at 6:30 p.m. It's no secret, construction ain't cheap. But how do we make it affordable? Different individuals are finding ways of cutting down cost by use of pre-stressed slabs other than reinforced concrete, recycling plastics to make pavers.
The brick is stronger, it's cheaper, and it's lighter.
And recycling wastewater in your household.
What happens to my waste from the washroom, the solid waste? All that can break down.
Those are just but a few. Every Tuesday at 7:30 p.m. we talk construction.
There's no alpha without an omega. There's no lead without any followers. No man is an island. We need each other. We need this conference.
We say it, we do it, we act it.
Kama una mpenzi wako, kila siku kama nilivyosema, kila siku mwishi mapenzi.
We don't toe the line, we set the standard. We don't eat the grass, we lead the pack.
As an alpha male, you're also a leader. Not to just women, friends and family, but to everyone else you've never met before.
We are the beauty, the spice and the brains. The men's conference where men become alpha males.
And you can catch us every Wednesday at 10 p.m. This is The Grind. Only those who will risk going too far can possibly find out how far one can go.
T.S. Eliot.
So I decided, let me just take this up, put the teaching on hold first. Let me try see where this can go.
I mean, the opportunities are a lot. But is that all you need? Oh wait, there's more. This seems a little too much. Let's slow it down.
You do this is something you do out of passion.
Join me, Violet Njoki, as I navigate through the maze of the increasingly dynamic business environment and quiet down the noises. As I help you flourish in business every Monday at 7:30 p.m.
It's no secret, construction ain't cheap. But how do we make it affordable? Different individuals are finding ways of cutting down cost by use of pre-stressed slabs other than reinforced concrete, recycling plastics to make pavers.
The brick is stronger, it's cheaper, and it's lighter.
And recycling wastewater in your household.
What happens to my waste from the washroom, the solid waste, all that can break down.
Those are just but a few. Every Tuesday at 7:30 p.m. we talk construction.
Despite being visually impaired, he is a jack of all trades. All
right, welcome back and thank you so much for staying with Kenya Decides. This is TV47, the fastest growing television station in the country. Before the break, we were in Mombasa County where we had what UDA gubernatorial candidate Mohamed Sarai had to say. Let us now go to Kilifi, and the civil society organizations in Malindi in Kilifi County participated in a peace walk to sensitize members of the public on the importance of voting peacefully in the August election. Speaking during the peace walk, Shela Assistant Chief Nicodemus Mayele said the walk was aimed at promoting peace during next week's general elections, further warning politicians planning to rig the election that they will face the law. A section of the youth from Kilifi County marched from Shela Assistant Chief's office to the town center in Malindi, Kilifi County, wearing t-shirts, reflector jackets, and carrying banners and placards with messages of peace.
Siasa wengine ambao wananunua vitambulisho, na kwa niaba ya serikali nasema mwanasiasa huyo tunamfuatilia very close na tunasema asifanye hivyo, kwa sababu ananunua, nasikia anapeana unga na kupeana na kuchukua vitambulisho ili kudestroy kura. Tunajua kura ni haki ya wananchi na tunasema wananchi waachiwe uhuru waweze kupiga kura kwa yoyote yule ambao wanampenda. Asanteni.
Kama vijana tumeshirikiana katika eneo la Malindi, tukuze hii siku ya kutembea, tufundishane na jamii zetu tukifuatana nao kutangaza usalama na amani, kwa sababu sisi vijana ndio wenye kutumiwa vibaya, na sisi ndio leo tutatangaza msimamo wetu wa kudumisha amani katika eneo la Malindi kwa kipindi hichi cha kura na baada ya kura. Na wajibu wetu wakazi wa Malindi na Kilifi County nzima na Kenya nzima, siasa ni ya msimu, ujirani wetu udumu, amani idumu Kenya, patikane maendeleo katika nchi yetu ya Kenya.
Tunatoa wito katika siku ya leo ya kwamba kura bado siku 3 peke yake, na kura ni za msimu, utapiga na itaenda, lakini undugu na ujirani unabakia vile vile. Hivyo tunatoa wito kwa Wakenya wote ya kwamba tudumishe amani. Amani inaanza na mimi na wewe. Kenya ni jina, nchi ni yetu. Wacheni tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru.
So Kisumu now, where residents have been urged to maintain peace at this electioneering period. The residents, including youth and police officers, participated also in a peace walk from Kondele to the city's CBD to sensitize residents on the importance of maintaining peace. Take a look.
Kukumbusha Wakenya na sana sana watu wa Kisumu kwamba baada ya tarehe 9 mkumbuke watu wa bodaboda iko kulipa mkopo. Watu ambao iko kwa biashara, iko kuendelea na biashara. Watu ambao tunaenda shule tukumbuke school fees tunangojewa. Tusikuje kusahau siku moja ituharibie maneno yetu. Sawa sawa? Tunadumisha amani. Kemani, Kisumu amani. Kisumu amani. Sasa tunasema polisi, tuko hapa kuungana na nyinyi, tuungane pamoja. Tuhakikishe uchaguzi umefanyika kwa amani. Sawa sawa?
And if you notice, we have a lot of energy. If this energy that we have is not used in the right way, it ends up going for bad uses. And I think that one of the things we need to work on as young people is creating peace around us. This can only happen if our parents constantly preach peace and act peacefully in our homes.
Amani ni kitu ya maana sana, na tunapoangalia ni politics tu peke yake ndio inakuja kutugonganisha wakati wa uchaguzi.
From Kisumu, let us go all the way to Busia, where, of course, the IEBC county coordinator confirms that it is all systems go after, in that particular county, as the county coordinator, Lazarus Chebi, confirmed distribution of voting materials and equipment to all polling centers in the county. Addressing members of the press in his office last evening, Chebi assured that they have done everything required of them to ensure election exercise scheduled for Tuesday next week kicks off smoothly without any hitches. Chebi has, however, urged politicians and their supporters to have confidence in the poll body, the IEBC, as they are determined to deliver a credible, transparent and verifiable election.
I've received most of our materials, and today we are doing the KIMS from Tesonot to Budalangi, and you know, the KIMS is the register, so it is being distributed today. And I would say we have received most of our materials. So far, the preparations are going on well. We have trained the support election trainers, which we did last week, and they have also trained. We've trained the presiding officers and the deputy presiding officers. We have also taken oath for the election officials. We are really cooperating with the security. In fact, all our materials being distributed are escorted by security from our county warehouse, and from our county office here to the constituency, they are always escorted by the security. In terms of logistical preparation, we've also done, the returning officer has also, we will engage ports to places within the highland and even to Usiego.
Let us go to Kajiado, where Environment Cabinet Secretary Keriako Tobiko has urged Kenyans to maintain peace during and after the polls set for Tuesday next week. Speaking in Mailisaba area in Kajiado County, where he was launching a water project, Tobiko slammed Deputy President William Ruto over his claims that chiefs and their assistants have been directed to campaign for the Azimio One Kenya coalition. Tobiko has at the same time urged the chiefs to ensure peace prevails during this electioneering period.
600 acres lakini wakati sisi tunashukuru sana kwa sababu na shamu sisi Ruto walisema juzi kwamba hawa wangwana ati wananunua vitambulisho ya Wakenya ndio wasipige kura, na kwamba wanatumiwa na serikali na Uhuru Kenyatta na Raila Odinga anasema anawatumia hawa kuiba kura, kuhakikisha kwamba tarehe 9 Wakenya wote wamejitokeza kupiga kura na wamepiga kura kwa usalama. Na hiyo si ndio kazi yenu? Si kisheria ndio kazi yenu?
Let us go to Turkana, where leaders in that county have condemned the recent spate of attacks which have been witnessed in Turkana East and South constituencies, which have left 13 people dead in the past 1 week. Speaking in Kakuma, Turkana West Sub-County, and former Cabinet Secretary John Munyes is asking the government to clearly mark off the boundaries between Pokot, Turkana and Baringo counties. Turkana South Member of Parliament James Lomenen has, however, urged the government to compensate the victims whose houses were torched as the tension continues to escalate in the area.
Huko isiyo incentive, there is no motivation ya kwamba utaua mtu utoe mtu kwa shamba yake. Hii haiwezi ikafanyika, na kwa hivyo wacha tumalize kura. Ni lazima Waturkana na Wapokot wakubaliane boundary iko wapi, na tuanze kuweka bao ya kuonyesha kwamba you are now entering West Pokot, Baringo au Turkana. Hiyo lazima itafanyika namna hiyo.
Kazi ya serikali yote kwa hii dunia, hata serikali ya Kenya, kazi ya serikali ni kuchunga mali ya watu na maisha ya watu.
Tafadhali, tunapoelekea uchaguzi Jumanne ujao, ninaomba kwamba sehemu hizo zipate kupatiwa askari wa kutosha ili watu wetu wapate kutekeleza haki yao ya kupiga kura.
All right, from Turkana, let's come back to the capital and go straight away to the Nyayo National Stadium, where the Kenya Kwanza Brigade is expected to hold their final rally. My colleague Paul Kirobi is on the standby. And Paul, good afternoon once again, and thank you so much for speaking to us. What is going on? What has changed since the last time we spoke?
All right, a very good afternoon to you once again, Kenneth Kazungu. Of course, just like you've mentioned, it is a wonderful afternoon here at the Nyayo Stadium. And as we speak right now, a good number of legislators, or rather lawmakers allied to the Kenya Kwanza coalition team, have already arrived at the Nyayo Stadium ahead of this afternoon mega political rally that will be spearheaded by DP William Ruto, who is currently in Narok, Susua. But any time from now, we shall be expecting him to touch down at the Nyayo Stadium, of course, to lead this mega political rally. And we understand that today being the last day for political leaders to conduct their political rally and sell their manifestos to Kenya ahead of the Tuesday general election that is expected across the country. We expect these politicians, of course, they might open up their heart looking at the political exchange, a heated exchange between the Azimio la Umoja presidential candidate, that is Raila Odinga and his team, and the Kenya Kwanza team led by DP William Ruto. Of course, we expect them to open up their heart. We understand that yesterday, Interior CS Fred Matiang'i mentioned the issue of chiefs and commissioners being used by state offices, of course, to interfere with August 9th general election. And of course, the CS, Interior CS Fred Matiang'i yesterday mentioned that he asked the Deputy President William Ruto to provide evidence on the dates and when those meetings have been happening. And of course, today, very early in the morning, when the Deputy President was speaking to members of the press, he never touched on that issue. And of course, we expect him to broadly, or rather in a lengthy manner, to tell Kenyans and open their heart what is expected ahead of Tuesday general election. And therefore, we are coming here to see what exactly is going to happen. But as we speak right now, at this moment, supporters of United Democratic Alliance are still coming in at the Nyayo Stadium. Yet, though the stadium, as we speak at the moment, is not yet full, but as you can see, a good number of supporters have turned up for this particular event to show solidarity with UDA's presidential candidate, that is Deputy President William Ruto. And of course, later on, we expect a lot is going to happen. But at the moment, as we speak also, entertainment is still going on. Of course, they are entertaining their supporters to ensure that this event is not boring. And of course, we expect the legislators who will still be coming in, those who accompany Deputy President William Ruto to Narok, including the ANC party leader, that is Musalia Mudavadi, Ford Kenya Party leader Moses Wetangula, and Garissa Township MP Aden Duale are among the key allies who accompanied DP for a political rally in Narok, Suswa. And of course, from there we expect the DP to touch down at Nyayo Stadium, where he will be popularizing his agenda and presidential bid ahead of the tough general election expected on Tuesday, which is August 9th, the general election. And of course, we've seen international observers coming to Kenya. Earlier on, when we were at the current residence where the DP stays, there were international observers who were there. And of course, we expect a lot is going to happen, starting, or rather to transpire, starting from this moment. And of course, we shall keep informing our viewers on how the event will go down. And we expect today, being the last day of campaigns, the DP will also be proceeding to Kiambu County. I don't know whether time will allow him. Looking at the time right now, it's around, it's almost 2 p.m. But of course, it will depend on how long will they spend at the Nyayo Stadium before they proceed for a political rally in Kiambu County. Back to you, Kenneth.
All right, Paul Kirobi, thank you for that update. We'll be coming back to you intermittently so that you can fill us in on what is going on as and when we get back to you there. Now, at this particular point in time, let us now come back to the conversation right here in studio. And of course, I'm still with Madam Betty Adera. And Madam Betty, of course, also later on I'll be joined by David Matsanga by way of Zoom. But let me begin with you, Madam Betty. And let us now look at President Uhuru Kenyatta. And very many people have had very many things to say, especially in his last week or so as president. He has been crisscrossing the country, launching development projects, but also firing salvos at his deputy, who he has not had very kind words to say about. There are those people who feel, Betty, that the president's way of handling his last week in office might work against Odinga, because there are those who feel the president would have just went ahead with his succession quietly, peacefully, without openly showing his support for Odinga, because everybody in the country anyway knows he supports Odinga. What do you think of that?
First and foremost, we are having a president whose term and administration is only days away. That's a fact. And again, following our constitution. But we also have a president who has been in office for 10 years. And there's a very important question that must be answered for the sake of history, that while he was Commander-in-Chief, CEO of the country, what legacy, did he leave behind? What did he stand for? What did he do? What did he promise? What did he actually ended up doing? Hence, we are seeing some mega signature projects that have been launched since, for the last 10 years, but more importantly, in the second term. And I want to believe he could have done them earlier. They could have been achieved a lot earlier. But remember, of this term, we lost almost 3 years due to COVID and so on. And the development projects also came to a standstill when the world, kind of shut down. So today we are seeing him, unveiling a mega road that is a road for posterity. It's a road that connects Kenya and other countries and should make trade and life and movement of goods and services and people, even easier. Of course, we have the SGR critics, have talked about that, but SGR is a signature. It's a signature project. Nakuru has become a city. Who knew Nakuru would become, would be elevated, to a city status? And we also have, of course, other development projects like the expressway that makes life a lot easier, moving in and out of Nairobi. And I understand today he is also going to launch, a cancer center. And of course, I'm public health myself. And we know the way the non-communicable diseases and cancer being like number one on top of that list. And a center such as that is a center that is going to help not only people of that region, but Kenyans at large. Now, the president is also a human being. The president also is protected by the same constitution that protects you and me. He has rights to. How he decides to exercise, those rights is really entirely up to him. And for me, I would not fault him for a variety of reasons. Look, if you look at the first person who has consistently fired missiles when the president was quiet, was his own deputy. All right? Sort of like provoking him so that he can say something, so that he can do something. They can't fire me. If they don't fire me, they can go right ahead. And a lot, has been said. And for the longest time ever, the president kept quiet. And the same Kenyans who are now faulting him were like, Kwani, why is he quiet? Why is he quiet? Why, Ninini, he cannot talk. He cannot fire him. He cannot respond. But of course, we all know where his preference, lies. And he's been accused, of having Odinga as his project and all manner of things said, and that he's going to continue ruling through Odinga. And I don't see how, because our constitution is very clear. Once your mandate in office is over, it's over. Nothing stops him from being, a party leader of whatever party he chooses. He so chooses. But in terms of, interfering with the new administration that will come, personally, I think Kenyans are stretching that. But we also must recognize that President Uhuru has also had his own highs and lows, in office over the 10 years, including a contested and disputed general elections for his second term. And for me, I really applaud him for also coming out to be a bigger man, just like I said earlier of Raila, to say, hey, now, can we call each other brothers yet again? All right. And can you help me? Can we just, cease fire? Can we cease fire? And can we just help me to run this country? Can we cool temperatures? You're much older than me. I could tap into your wisdom, but help me. This country is for all of us. If it falls apart, it falls apart for everyone. So to me, I also thought that was an enigmatic, sign and gesture from his side.
Okay, we are still trying to get hold of Prof. Daktari Matsanga all the way from Mombasa. But before we get to him, let us go to Nakuru, where my colleague Chichi Josephine is standing by on the final call of the campaigns in that particular side of the country. Chichi, good afternoon once again. Where are you and what is currently going on where you are?
Yeah, thank you, Kenneth, and a very good afternoon to you. I am still in Nakuru County. I remember politicians, or rather it is the most busiest day for the politicians, of course, making their final submissions. And today I am joined by an aspirant in Nakuru East, who is Julius Kariuki, aspiring to be the next member of parliament in that particular sub-county. And therefore, I'll be engaging him to discuss matters of the final submissions, if he is confident that he has, of course, conducted campaigns in a good way. Thank you very much, Mheshimiwa, for joining us. Now that it is your final days, and I understand you only have few hours remaining today to conduct your campaigns, are you confident in what you've done so far?
Much has been done, time has been spent, we've learned up and down, day and night, we've burned our midnight oil. I believe everything has been done. What is happening today is to wrap up our campaigns, one by putting God first, praying for whatever we've been looking for to happen. We know it is by the will of God that leaders are elected. We've done our part, we've engaged our people for close to the last 4 months. I believe today is just a day to say, hey, we are done with the campaigns and we are ready to face the elections on Tuesday. We are praying that our country may not get scattered by bad politics. We are appealing to Kenyans to keep peace and maintain peace and be calm. Elections have been there, they will come and go, leaders will be elected. And I believe after this, there will be another leaders, a crop of leaders in the August House and even in our State House. So much has been done, a lot of energy has been spent, a lot of money has been spent, a lot of friends have come to our aid and help and to our campaigns. We all give thanks to all of them. We hope the victory will not be mine. The victory will be for the people of Nakuru. Yes.
And I understand, Mheshimiwa, there have been cases of insecurity, especially in the area that you are vying. What have you ensured that during and after elections there shall be calmness, especially in those areas?
One of the things, I want to congratulate the state for the new appointment of the new county commander. He has really done so much within a very short time to calm the area. The levels of insecurity has gone down. We are seeing the policemen combing all areas, and we hope no incident of insecurity or violence or criminal gangs that will be able to take charge of any event. Yes.
And how has been the reception out there?
The reception is good, is overwhelming. People are willing for change. People are looking for change. We've offered ourselves to be the change that people are looking for. We've sold a manifesto to the people, and it is clear that the people of Nakuru need change. I have offered myself as a change that the people require. I'm the only fresh candidate who has never been public administration in terms of political offices, and I hope I'll be able to give our people the hope they require and the confidence in the next 5 years. Yes.
And Mahesh, some people are moving from one place to another, of course, in fear that there are going to be skirmishes after the elections. What would you say, more especially from Nakuru, because we've been listed before among the areas that are hotspot for the skirmishes? What do you think, and what would you want to tell the people who are moving from one area to another?
One of the things, it is humanly normal for people to move during the election time. One, especially for those who have registered in the rural areas to go and vote for their candidates at home. But I believe for those who are moving from Nakuru to the rural areas are not moving because of insecurity, are not moving because of any planned violence or skirmishes. We've seen the worst. Our people have experienced the worst, and they have been able to come together as good neighbors, as good brothers and sisters. All along in history, Nakuru has been the most cosmopolitan, and we have been able to preach that people need to live together the way they have been integrated. And I hope there will be no violence in this constituency or in this county. It's my prayer that all the politicians have engaged the people in messages of peace and calmness, and I hope there will be no issues around this county. So I want to request those who are moving out of the constituency because of insecurity, please, 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 please don't move. We hope our new police leadership has been able to secure our area, and also especially so on the polling stations, on the villages, and where of course they have thought and imagined that criminal gangs had. The only thing I would appeal is for those people who are moving from other constituencies to come and vote in Nakuru. I would request them to stay into their own constituency, vote for their leaders, influence leadership in their area, and for the leaders who are bringing people from other areas to come and vote in Nakuru. Maybe they are the one who are going to bring violence, because the people of Nakuru will not allow, and I want to insist, they will not allow people who are not resident of this area, who are known to have been brought as from other areas, to come and vote and influence leadership in this area.
Thank you. Therefore, Kenneth, that is an aspirant for Nakuru East Member of Parliament position. I remember he has stated so clearly that they have put strategies to ensure that there shall be peace even before, during, and after the elections. And therefore, remember, I shall keep our viewers into tabs. Of course, I'll bring them to tabs to what will be unfolding here in Nakuru County in regards to the final submissions of politicians. Therefore, from me here, Chichi Josephine, over to you, Kenneth.
All right, Chichi Josephine, thank you very much for that update. We'll be coming back to you in a few moments from now as and when you get another update. But we're also following up President Uhuru Kenyatta's final tour as president. We understand he'll be making a blitz in the Mount Kenya region. He's being expected at Kenol in Murang'a County, after which he will be going all the way to Nyeri County. And my colleague from Nyeri, that is Horace Olo, is standing by in Nyeri. Good afternoon, Horace. Good to see and hear from you. What are the expectations of residents of Nyeri about President Uhuru Kenyatta's arguably final tour as president?
Yes, good afternoon from Nyeri County, of course, on this good Saturday, when we are expecting President Uhuru Kenyatta here in Nyeri County just to inspect a number of development projects here. Earlier, we are told that President Kenyatta, was at Muranga, where he also was there to inspect a number of projects that were already moving forward, or rather, sorry for that. Just about what we're expecting him to be doing here. First of all, in Nyeri, he'll be in Othaya, where he'll be inspecting the Mwai Kibaki Hospital, the Kenyatta National Hospital in Nyeri County. Then later, he'll move to Narumoro, that is in Kieni County, where he'll also inspect one of the hospitals there that were launched or put in place in recent days. Here with me, I'm having a number of residents here in Nyeri County just to get their reactions on what they've been thinking about President Kenyatta's performance for the last 10 years. Brother, firstly, you've been here, and in the last 10 years, President Uhuru Kenyatta has been leading this country. What do you think has been his major, how do you rate his performance?
Okay, I'm Charles Degwa. I'm a Boda Boda chairman in Nyeri County. And today, at least we are very happy because the head of state, Uhuru Kenyatta, he has done a lot. According to what he achieved, is that almost he can give at least between 100 and 0, we can rate him at least 70% for the job done in our country.
We have had a number of politicians talking about President Kenyatta looking at projects in other parts of the country, but not in central Kenya. What do you say about that?
No, you know, the head of state is a president of our country. So he belongs to every counties, 47 counties. So we cannot say that he has not done so much within our region, but also because he have done a lot in other counties, he is our president. So we can see at most likely at Muranga, Nyeri, and part of our central region, there is this Mau Mau Road. It connects 5 counties within our Mount Kenya region. So we cannot say that he has not done that much, because he has already done that. And also we have a dual carriage that is from Muranga up to Kirinyaga and then Nyeri, 3 counties. The dual carriage is almost complete. So the head of state has done a lot. Today he has come to launch the Shaka Market and also Narumoro Level 5 hospital. So he had done a lot. Yes.
Politically, he's campaigning for Raila Odinga. And earlier, he was talking about 10 yangu, 10 yako. What do you think, you as the people of Nyeri County, which direction are you taking?
The direction that we are taking, because we want the continuity of the job done by the head of state. So we are supporting him. Which direction that he is going to take us, that's the direction that we are going to take. If he is going to tell us that we go for the brew, that is it. We are going to vote for brew, because he is the one to know who is the deputy president, because they have been together for that 10 years. What did he see to this man? That's what we don't know. So for us, we will follow him, because he knows that man more than us. So we are going to vote the direction that he is going to take. That is where we as people of Nyeri and the people of Kenya are going to go. Yes.
And thank you so much. He is just one of the residents here in Nyeri County, Nyeri Town constituency, talking about what President Kenyatta has been doing, what he expects that President Kenyatta will be doing, or how the direction that they will be taking. According to them, they'll take the direction that President Kenyatta will direct them to. From Nyeri County, my name is Olo Horez.
All right, Horace, thank you very much for that update. Keep holding tabs for us there. We'll be crossing over live to you back as and when we get a fresh update. But let us now come back and speak, of course, to my colleague Apollo Kamau, who is on standby in Keno, where we're expecting President Uhuru Kenyatta to land before continuing with his tour of Mount Kenya. Apollo, good afternoon once more, and thank you very much for sticking with us. What has changed since the last time we spoke? Has the president arrived? Is he about to arrive? Or how really is the mood around that place right now? Yes, of course. Apollo, he can hear me, but of course we're just trying to understand President Uhuru's final tour as president, and he chose to go to Mount Kenya. He's expected to launch various development projects in that region. Of course, earlier on when we saw their residents of Nyeri refuting the claims that the president has denied the Mount Kenya region development project, saying, of course, that once he was elected president, he became president of the whole country. I'm being informed now that we have that connection to Apollo Kamau. Apollo, has the president arrived? Is he yet to arrive? And how generally is the mood in Keno?
Well, good afternoon. We are still pitching tent here at Keno, where President Uhuru Kenyatta is yet to arrive. It's been a long wait since 8 o'clock this morning. And if you look back, the residents here have also been waiting. It's been a long wait. He is coming here to commission the Keno, Sagana, Marua 4-lane dual carriage way, which is a very critical project for his administration, given it links two other countries for this, or as part of this project, that is Egypt and Ethiopia, and especially Ethiopia because Ethiopia will be able to use this highway to link the transport section to the Mombasa port, which is cheap for them to be able to transport their goods. So it's a very critical project, but we are still waiting for the president, and according to his schedule today, or his itinerary, we understand after this he is supposed to head to Makutano. He will address his supporters. After Makutano, he is expected to go to Sagana. After that, he is expected to go to Odhaya, where he will commission Mwai Kibaki Hospital. After that, he's expected at the Dedan Kimathi University, where he will witness the groundbreaking ceremony of the cancer center there. Then he will proceed to Chaka Market, where he is going to address supporters and Nyeri town in general. Remember, this is a very critical trip for the president, because given this is the last or final day of the 2022 election campaigns, he is sort of bidding farewell to this region, his political backyard. Bidding farewell, and it's not just bidding farewell, it's all about securing his legacy, telling the region, look, I haven't forgotten you. This is what I'm doing, and it's good for the country. Remember, when we had that Sagana 3 meeting, and also previous meetings, he did state that his legacy will outlive him because of these projects that he is commissioning around the country. And he has been, his hands have been full the whole of this week. He has been traveling, commissioning key projects. But this one is a very critical trip for him because he is here to convince the Mount Kenya region to back his choice for next week's general election, to vote for Azimio pair Raila Odinga and Martha Karua to the ballot, saying his deputy is unfit to succeed him. And this, of course, has rattled this region. It has become restless. So this is a critical agenda for him. He is juggling his agenda, first on securing his legacy, and on the other hand, he is driving his 2022 succession ahead. And we do also expect to hear when he lands what is his future in terms of political leadership in this region. Is he going to endorse someone? What is the political direction that he is going to give this region? This is an issue he has been silent on for the last 9 years. Will this time he give a clear political direction on who the Mount Kenya region should back. But then there has been the question, the president is still young. He is not quitting politics. He is still going to be the leader of the Jubilee Party. And therefore, as far as succession issue is concerned, and as far as the leadership of Mount Kenya is concerned, he is still capable. The region is still in capable hands, despite the political allegiance shifting and tilting, despite the political loyalties still divided between the president and his deputy William Ruto, who has a chunk of votes from this populous Mount Kenya region. So it's a very critical trip for him. Back to you.
All right, my colleague Apollo Kamau on standby at Keno, where President Uhuru Kenyatta is expected to land any moment from now. Apollo tells us it has been a long wait since morning and the residents. But of course, we see the police and the regional administration there, all indications that any moment from now, the head of state might be landing in that part of the country. This particular point, let us now go all the way to my colleague Boniface Baraza in Trans Nzoia County. I understand he has an update on the final leg of campaigns in that side of the country. Good afternoon, Baraza. What is the update and what are those residents standing behind you saying?
Good afternoon to Ken Kazungu, and we're coming to you live from Kwanza constituency, Trans Nzoia County, the farther end at the border of Trans Nzoia County and West Pokot County. I remember the last submission, as you alluded, or you clearly put it, the two leading presidential contenders are beaten at Kasarani Stadium and Nyayo Stadium. Similar scenarios being experienced down here at the grassroots. Those leaders cleared by IBC to seek elective seats in the next week general polls are intensifying their campaigns in last-minute rush to ensure they consolidate their base ahead of next week general poll. Let's first hear from the residents here. Today marks the last day of the campaign. Being a resident, being a local, have you satisfied the manner in which the politicians have carried out their campaigns?
Yes, we are so much satisfied as residents of Kwanza Ward, and we are so much glad that most of the aspirants are actually carrying out peaceful peaceful campaigns, and as the Kwanza technocrats, we are solidly behind, and we have scrutinized all the 24 aspirants that are there on the MCA position, and we have seen that James Barasa Lusweti is fit to lead this ward towards the right direction. And therefore we are saying, as Kwanza ward, we are going to elect James Barasa Lusweti. Barasa oye! Lusweti oye!
Thank you, Lusweti. Being a political player, being a key political player into this election cycle, how has been the ride so far? Today marks the last day of the campaigns. Has been the ride?
Nashukuru sana TV47. Mimi ni Lusweti na leo ni siku ya mwisho katika maandalizi ya kura siku ya Jumanne. Nataka nishukuru IBC kwa mipangilio ambayo wamekuwa nayo. Tumekuwa na campaigns amani, tumefanya kazi yetu kwa njia ya kiungu, kwa maana hakuna furuku, hakuna matata, na nataka nishukuru pia wenzangu ambao tukatika kinyang'anyiro, na niombe ya kwamba siku ya Jumanne pia wakati wananchi wanajitokeza kwenda kufanya maamuzi, tuende na kufanya maamuzi yetu kwa njia ya amani, maana uchaguzi huja na pia uchaguzi huenda. Sisi tunabaki majirani, tudumishe amani katika uchaguzi huu wa tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8. Na hasa sana hapa Kwanza ward, nataka nishukuru hasa wananchi ambao wamesimama na mimi bega kwa bega kunisaidia, kunishika mkono, kwa kunipa moyo ya kwamba wako pamoja nami kwa hali na mali, wamesimama na mimi. Nataka niwashukuru wote na niseme ya kwamba Jumanne asubuhi na mapema chitokezeni sasa, wala ambao wamesimama nami kwa rasilimali, kwa mawaidha, kwa maombi na hata kwa ushauri. Ninaomba ya kwamba mjitokeze sasa, tuthibitishe hilo kwa kunipikia kura nyingi sana hapa Kwanza wote, funje rekodi baye imekuwepo ya kwamba MCA Kwanza wote hajawahi pitisha 3,000. Mimi ndaenda na 5,000, 6,000 kwa sababu wananchi wameamua ya kwamba raundi hii ni Lusweti James Barasa.
Why do you think you best suitable for this seat, and why do you think your supporters and voters in Kwanza Ward should elect you come next week Tuesday general poll?
ya mimi ninajiona kuwa bora kuliko wote kwa sababu moja, mimi ni kijana; pili, mimi ni Mkristo; tatu, mimi naishi na wao hapa. Tumekuwa mbeleni na mzee ambaye alitutangulia 2013 2017, tumekuwa na mama, na raundi wamesema ni vijana, na kati yao vijana mimi nilikuwepo 2017 nikawa wa pili. Kwa hivyo wameamua ya kwamba yule alikuwa wa pili leo awe wa kwanza, na ni Lusweti Barasa James.
Your last message to your voters and supporters?
Nauliza wapiga kura wa kwanza wote ya kwamba siku ya Jumanne tujitokeza asubuhi na mapema, mje mnipigie kura kwa wingi asubuhi na mapema. Kwa ballot paper Lusweti James Barasa ni nambari 12. Alama yangu ni chumvi, chombo cha kuongeza ladha. Njooni tuweke ladha katika wodi yetu, ladha ya ajira kwa vijana, ladha ya masomo, ladha ya kujenga soko, ladha ya ECDs, ladha ya barabara na mbolea kwa wajane na wasiojiweza. Niko tayari kuwatumikia kwa uaminifu. Ninawaomba tupige kura zetu kwa amani na tuchunge kura zetu popote utakapopikia. Wodi yote ina polling station 30. Jameni, jitokezeni msimame pamoja nami. Natakia wana Kenya wote uchaguzi wa amani.
I think you've had it clear from the locals here and the political class who are in last-minute rush in the campaign trail just to make sure with the countdown to the next week's Tuesday general poll, they are able to solidify their support base before the official campaign period come to closure according to IBC stipulated timeline. Therefore, the interest of time, Ken Kazungu, briefly just to touch on the gubernatorial contest, has been narrowed down to 2 horse race narrative. Wait to see what will happen come next week, Tuesday. Over to you, Ken Kazungu.
Sinzoia, pia sisi hapa studio Boniface, we are trying as much as we can kutia ladha katika mjadala huu. We have Betty Adera on standby, but before I come to Betty, let us take a short break. We'll be right back with the wall-to-wall coverage of the final day of campaigns. This is Kenya Decides. My name is Kenneth Kazungu. See you on the other side of the break.
Despite being visually impaired, he is a jack of all trades. It is our quest to find answers on how to take care of children with special needs and those with disability. You do not need to see musical notes to understand music, but rather to have your soul feel the vibe.
Actually, for us to make a wheelchair, we have to take measurements of the user.
After doing my assessment, I get to know the parent, I get to know the heaviness she's carrying.
Disability comes at different stages of life.
Well, do you know what's happening around you? Morning Cafe with heated political debates. Baraza la Siasa.
Hiyo kitu azungumzie, angalie hali ya maisha ya watu.
Informative health discussions. Business, farming. Tasty Wednesday, Fitness Thursday, and Feel Good Friday with amazing DJs, celebs,
waimbaji, kuna comedians, alafu kuna wajinga,
and music bands every Monday to Friday from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. The next set of millionaires are farmers. As we know, agriculture has been and still is the backbone of our economy. As we traverse the different counties to meet different farmers, we ensure to get the story of how they started farming and even how they continue to penetrate the market and overcome the challenges.
Hapa, the reason why niliweka goose na si ducks. Goose
right, welcome back and thank you so much for staying with Kenya Decides. This is the wall-to-wall coverage of the 2022 general election. We're beginning today, of course, with the final day of campaigns. It is just a few hours. According to the law, the campaigns are supposed to end by midnight tonight. And of course, the key contenders in this race are crisscrossing the country in their final push and their final submissions to the people of Kenya. The rallying call will being, of course, turn out in your large numbers and come and vote, because they say your vote is your future. Back here in the studio, with Madam Betty Adera, and of course also by way of Zoom, also with Dr. David Matsanga. But let us come back to and start with Betty on this issue we were discussing before we went for the break, and it has everything to do with President Uhuru Kenyatta and the issue surrounding what very many people have had to say about his succession. And Betty, one of the issues you were saying about the president handing over the baton and choosing what he wants to do with his rights. There are those who say, Betty, that for the mere fact that President Uhuru Kenyatta remains the party leader of the Jubilee Party, he's the chairman of the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya coalition party. And if you look at the way the pre-election agreements between Jubilee and the other parties, the 20-plus parties that came into a pre-election agreement with the Jubilee, there's almost all indication to ensure that the Jubilee Party has a huge number of MPs in both the National Assembly, the Senate, and even the county assemblies. And if by default President Uhuru Kenyatta retains the leadership of the Jubilee Party, then in retrospect it means he will still have control of the country even when he is not the President of the Republic of Kenya, whoever candidate wins in this election.
The ruling coalition should Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga and Martha secure the confidence of Kenyans to occupy the house on the hill. The ruling coalition party will be Azimio One Kenya. It will not be ODM, it will not be Jubilee, it will not be KANU, it will not be Wiper, it will not be NAK Kenya, it will be an Azimio One Kenya coalition party. So that is one fact that we do not need to lose sight of. Secondly, a retired president has every right to choose how he or she wants to spend his time after being in office. We have examples we can look at. Look at even the US. We have Trump, who just left office, the immediate former president of the United States. We have Barack Obama, who left just before, before Trump. And there are people busy with all manner of things, according to what they chose to do. Look here in Tanzania. We have quite a number of living former, presidents, heads of states, in a number of countries, even within Africa, South Africa and so on, that we can draw reference on. Now, President Uhuru deciding to be the party leader of Jubilee, personally, I do not see any crime in that. There's no law he's going to break, and there's nothing wrong with that. That he is still going to be the one who calls the shots, who's the kingpin for the mountain. I don't think that's going to change anytime soon from the look of things. But again, what really is wrong is wrong with that. Perhaps he may also want to give himself or seek other opportunities at a much broader continental, level of leadership. We do not know, but we hope and wait to see how that plays out. What would be key, though, is that whoever comes in, regardless of what Uhuru decides to do with himself, will have the buck stopping with him, her. It will not be about Uhuru. If things go on well, it's not about Uhuru. If things go wrong, it will not be about Uhuru. It will be about the person or the duo holding the reins of leadership of this country.
All right, let me now jump over to Mombasa, where Dr. David Matsanga, I'm being informed, we're still trying to, of course, fix his audio there. Betty, you've had Apollo there, and he says residents of Kenol in Murang'a still feel that President Uhuru Kenyatta is too young to retire. They feel like he should not just exit the scene just like that. This is not the first time you're hearing this talk. we've had it from different quarters, that President Uhuru Kenyatta is too young to retire, and if he's allowed to retire like that, is going to cause trouble, quote unquote. do you also believe that President Uhuru Kenyatta still needs to be engaged in issues of matters of state, and what have you?
Is President Uhuru old and dimensional and senile? No. Is President Uhuru as old as Kibaki when Kibaki left office? No. Is he as old as the late, President Moi when Moi left office? No. Will he be as old as Raila, assuming Raila comes in and, God willing, cool us 10 years? Will he be as old as Raila when Raila will eventually leave office? No. So we have a situation here that for the first time in Kenyan history, we have a fourth head of state who's leaving office but is still energetic, is still agile, wants to still be present, in the political space, not really on the front line, but probably like behind the scenes, and still wants to be a significant shareholder in the way the politics of where he comes from, which is the mountain, is concerned. So that Atasumbua, I don't think I would call it that. For me, I would want to be keen on what role can he play. I mean, he will have experience of 10 years. Being president of 10 years, he can have a word or two of advice to the incoming leadership at whatever level. He has already seen, while in his presidency, his own running mate and deputy president facing a different direction from him. There are lessons that he may want to share with others just on that journey, and like what really happened and how can that be avoided, in the future. He's also a president who has had his presidency marred with challenges beyond his control, like COVID, for instance. There's no president in Kenya who has ever had to deal with things such as COVID, and how he navigated that and steered the boat of Kenya to where we are today. That is something, if I were him, I would write books and books and books for posterity and for young people who want to get into political leadership to have a reference on.
All right, Dr. Matsanga, you're hearing what Betty has to say about this discussion. We are still trying to pick your mind on this, Dr. There are those who come with the school of thought that President Kenyatta is too young to retire, and he should not just exit the scene like that. And Betty still seems to support that notion. I don't know about you, Dr. Matsanga.
First of all, thank you very much. I've been online, but I think it's a coordination of troop movement. But thank you very much, my brother. Let me tell you, Betty has come to the right man who will tell what is President Uhuru Kenyatta supposed to do. I am writing 3 books. I am the author of The Legacy Trend. Now, Betty, let me tell you officially. 3 books are in offing, which I will hand over to President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta on my day when I'm going back to see my children and my grandchildren. President Uhuru Kenyatta will have his legacy. I'm the one who has been writing about the legacy, documenting most of the things for the legacy. As a friend, as my contribution towards the people of a better Africa, a better Kenya, a better united country. I am one of the people who brought a redemption strategy. Betty, you know that very well. I wrote it. I said a redemption strategy. Don't turn it into a political process. Unfortunately, you politicians, Betty inclusive, you turned it into a political process. And you should have done a healing process, a reconciliation. We would not be having these problems today of people misunderstanding each other. Okay, President Uhuru Kenyatta, yes, I agree, he's young. He's younger than me, because I'm slightly older by 5 years. He's 62 or so, I am 67. But he's not seeking to Kenya is a constitutional country, a country that preserves the constitution. It likes the constitutionalism. It talks about constitutionalism. You are the only country in East Africa, plus Tanzania, that you hand over power willingly and wait and do a ceremony, and the KDF, Air Force, Marines, all your security agencies, the police come and say the final salute is that one. It is this is the hub of African democracy. Therefore, President Uhuru Kenyatta does not intend to stay around as far as personally as a friend. I have to say the truth. He doesn't want to stay around much. As you know, our president likes traveling. He likes going out. He likes international issues. We have African Union. We have the Commonwealth. We have the UN. We have peace missions. I'm a peacemaker myself. And we are part of the president. When he leaves, we shall go with him to go and do the peace and give Raila Odinga freedom to make his choices so that he can lead the government, crack and arrest and charge. We don't want to be like Wachikoya. Wachikoya, by the way, Mr. Wachikoya is one of the few people, when you talk about the presidential candidates, also is one of the few people who brought one good thing, radical thing that I like about him. Forget about snakes and other things. But I like about him saying, when I catch you taking personal money, taxpayers' money, you will be hanged. I think if we had a president of that nature, people will not touch the money. So when the president leaves, he will leave the baton to Raila Amolo Odinga in safe hands. We shall be traveling across the world. We shall not be here to involve ourselves. Of course, he's a chairman of the Jubilee Party, the president of Jubilee Party. Jubilee Party is part and parcel of Azimio. Today you are going to see. Can I tell you one thing, Betty, and my brother in the studio?
Yes, tell us, Matanga.
You listen to Sagana 4. Is it Sagana 4?
Sagana 4, yes.
Listen to it this afternoon. Forget about these rallies. Forget about these ones, these two. What he's going to reveal there will shock you.
All right.
You know, he has been patient. He has been restrained. Most of us editors have restrained him. I'm now telling you, coming out publicly, we have restrained him. Behind the scenes, don't answer. If he was a bad president, like some presidents on this continent of Africa, Kazungu, is it Mr. Kazungu, you?
Yes, you're right, Matanga.
My dear, if Uhuru was like an other of these boys around the town, the men who come to your door and tell you if you don't leave by 2 o'clock tomorrow, we love you as a Ugandan. But if you don't leave by 2 o'clock, Matanga, we don't want to harm you. What do you do next? Don't you pick your goods and go?
Very true.
You go. Other people on the continent are ruthless. You don't touch their power. You don't insult the president. You don't do Machiavelli. You don't do Nikolai Machiavelli tactics. You don't eat in the same place. You don't collect money. A man has done infrastructure. You are blaming the president for having gone to China to collect money for building roads. Then you have lined up Chinese in Intercontinental Hotel to pick the money in hard currency, in dollars. And did you know how Ruto is the biggest man who suffered when the Intercontinental Hotel was closed down? Because Chinese could sit there with money and you see them crossing over to Annex. You can't even take their photographs. They are taking real dollars. Because inside the Intercontinental Hotel there was CCTV, which they used to use, and security there could show you them counting huge money. They are all with diplomatic passports. Where were they taking? There were people there escorting this guy to that place. So President Uhuru Kenyatta has suffered so many abuses He has suffered abuses from friends. And I want to teach you two people, Betty and Kazungu. Please, don't sit near Anna, very useless friends. If you see a friend is not useful, run away. Next time, choose friends who are very good. J.B. Muturi. Do you know what he wanted to do? He wanted to eat money by a fake hot air of expanding the parliament. President refused. Today things are coming out, because if we don't tell them now, people might think president was very bad. J.P. Muturi, a friend that Uhuru Kenyatta's family brought when he was drinking chana in Embu. And we have to tell the truth. He stands on the microphone and says Uhuru Kenyatta is bad. Kachagwa stands on the microphone. Kachagwa stole all the money. He was a PA of the Kenyatta family. Where did he make the money from? He used to be a thief, small thief of chicken. Now he has become a big man who grabs 200 million. At least the court has convicted him somewhere. We saw the conviction appealed, but still remains a convict. Look at such people.
Matsanga, you're making very serious allegations on the show this afternoon.
I am not making allegations. I am only saying these are things in paper. The truth is that the president told you that I refuse to sign documents for J.B. Muturi. And that is J.B. Muturi and the Chungwa. They wanted the parliament to be expanded. The question, I'm not making an allegation. Kachagwa, it is not me. The court found that the money that is on account, Kazungu, does not belong to him. He has appealed, but he's still convicted by another court until the appeal is cleaned. In summary, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. And these allegations are attributed to me, not to Television 47. Then it is Matanga. If any of them has papers, can file them to Dr. David Matanga address, I can give you. I'm ready to defend with evidence. It's not me. It is not your television.
All right, Matsanga. There are those
legacy, finally, the legacy of President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta is a living legacy. Is there, Kazungu? I'm in the coast. Send me right now. I drive to your place. And if there is no grader that has touched the soil where roads have been built, or a dispenser has been built, so then I can start contributing a harambe for that road to be built. The graders are roaring everywhere. Uhuru Kenyatta has delivered. What do you want Uhuru Kenyatta to do? A port, everything here. Yesterday, I was in Mombasa here when he was opening up the Mombasa. Yes. When I came back, if you drive now in Mombasa, you don't delay. In a few minutes, you are in town. A few minutes, you are in the airport. That road has been expanded to 6 lanes. This is a man who has touched every person, every place in this country. If the money has been eaten by the governors, don't blame Uhuru Kenyatta, blame yourselves.
All right, Matsanga.
Yes.
Let us look at Sagana 4, Matsanga, and you saying that in this particular meeting today, major pronouncements are likely to be made. But Matsanga, there are those who come from the notion that the reason why President Uhuru Kenyatta has chosen to do another Sagana, because there was Sagana 1, Sagana 2, and Sagana 3, is because the 3 other Sagana meetings failed, because even after the president rallied area leaders behind Odinga and Karua's ticket, he's still seemingly facing defiance from his own backward, Matsanga, don't you think?
And I tell you a secret today, Kazungu, and I always pick it forever.
Tell me.
Do you know, Betty is smiling there. Let me tell you very frankly, Kikuyus, my brothers, Kikuyus are like Baganda. Kikuyus vote 2 days to go. Can I repeat it nicely, slowly, so that you hear? Kazungu, give me permission.
Yes, go ahead, Matsanga, go ahead.
I am telling you, Betty and the Kazungu, the Kikuyus, Baganda, Ashanti, Zulu, the Shona, they vote 2 days or 1 day before. And if you have touched their Zuma, if you have touched their Zuma, are you hearing me? If you have touched their Zuma, if you have touched their Kabaka, I am not talking in terms of Uganda, and I bet you have been in Uganda, you know it very well. You are very well organized young lady. If you touch the Kabaka, if you touch the Kabaka in Buganda, and you touch Zuma in Zulu, you touch Mugabe in Shonaland, you touch Kwame Nkrumah in Ashanti, you touch the Igbo, Baba Tafa Balewa, you cause a coup. Have you listened to me properly?
I'm listening to you,
They
Matsanga.
come 3 days before. Forget about this route gymnastics. Even in the Rift Valley, you are going to be in shock. You will be shocked. Raila will get votes there, and then you say, Allah, what happened? What happened? Do you remember the story of Jesus? Do you remember when Jesus finally Pontius Pilate said, I have no problem with you, but the law of Jerusalem says you go and die. The people of Nazareth ran very fast, Kazungu, to say, give us our son, give us the body, let's go and die. So the Kikuyus are one of the tribes that are similar to the tribe of Baganda. They vote 2 days to the vote. They have made, you know, they are going to make a decision tonight and tomorrow.
And do you think that the decision will be in favor of Raila Odinga?
I swear in the name of God. You wait and you'll see. You'll be shocked, Kazungu. The Kikuyu have been listening to Ruto coming to insult their Muthamaki. You insulted the king of the kings of Muthamaki. Where have you seen it? You go to Kwale, where you come from, Kazungu, or Malindi, and then you start insulting the Ndigo people, leaders. They will curse you.
All right.
Ruto made a mistake to go and insult Uhuru Kenyatta in Kikuyu land. Now the final, you will be shocked to see the people in Savannah, in Sagana 4.
All right.
You are going to be shocked. Senor, you are going to see right now.
In a few minutes from now, we'll be crossing there, Matsanga.
Some of them are going to be, Kazungu, don't be deceived. These guys, and Waiguru told you the truth, that you can rent, you can just rent.
But you can't buy
but you
them.
don't buy.
All right.
So you wait at, finally, Raila Amolo Odinga. And I want to tell you this prediction. I hope you are writing my prediction.
Very, very quickly, Matsanga, because we've really put Betty on the call on this one.
Yes, but Betty is in the studio. She's the commander there. I am the one in the airwaves.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Matsanga.
If the turn up in the mountain is not 70%, and I repeat, if it's not 70%, Sugoi, Katamiti.
All right, Matsanga.
And can I tell you, Kazungu, before you go?
All right,
before I go,
very quickly, Matsanga.
I have to run into the ocean a bit because I'm going to be, I am going to be full time, 24 hours starting from Sunday. You know, they gave us permission to have our servers. I also have a server somewhere.
All right,
so
Matsanga.
I'm going to be documenting my things. Let me tell you frankly that if the things turn up the way they were, hopefully the weather will be good and some sunshine comes. Some of the people there, because their mind is not on the ballot, they might not turn up. And Mr. Sungoi, that's why he has started crying tears, and he's going to cry more than the River Nile.
All right, please stay with us, Matsanga. Don't go to jump into the ocean yet. We still need your sentiments on this discussion this afternoon. But let me bring it back to
the truth.
Let me bring it back to Betty. And Betty, there are those who say that the people of Mount Kenya, contrary to what Matanga said there, they're not likely to turn up as how we saw in 2013 and in 2017. Reason being, they know that whoever wins the presidency, they will have the deputy presidency. So they do not really have a tangible reason to wake up at 4 a.m. to go and vote, Betty. What do you think of that?
While I don't come from that region, I tend to think that that is not true.
How so?
How so? Because while they do not have their person at the helm, but the running mate is their own daughter. And a daughter that they have known and nurtured for like all these years.
But they also have a son in Gachagua who is also from that community as a running mate.
When you ask me a question, give me time to respond to you.
Right.
Now, Ruto started climbing the mountain a long time ago. Struggling though, that mountain has been slippery even for him. And of course, going out and radicalizing, the youth, pitting them against their own. But back to just what Daktari has said in terms of Kikuyus can only be rented. That is a phrase that came from them. So we want to believe that. And it appears as if the lease for that rental period has elapsed. It is not by chance that President Uhuru is out today doing what he is doing today in the mountain. He could have done this last week, last month, 2 weeks ago, any other time. Why is Sagana 2 happening today? Why is it happening today when you're counting just hours to a general election that is so critical and so important even for the mountain? Look at it this way. They do not have a presidential candidate, yes, but they have a promise in the running mate. But the Ruto side has the same issue. Ruto is not from the Mount Kenya. And Martha just was announced, I think, a day or two after Gachagua. So both of them have that. But look at what the polls have been saying of Raila's candidature after Martha came into the scene. There has been a steady, slow but steady rise and narrowing, closing the gap that had been, perceived there. And we have also seen leaders from the same region who were perceived to be on the other side, complaining like nobody's business about how unhappy they are with how they are being treated on the other side. So it appears Kenya Kwanza is actually not Kenya Kwanza, but it is Kenya Kwisha, because UDA is the one that is being promoted there. We have seen the running mate of Kenya Kwanza going out into campaigns on his own. That is okay. But who is he fronting? Whose hand is he lifting in front of that whole crowd? It is not a Kenya Kwanza show. It is a UDA show. So you can imagine how disgruntled other folks in that side who are from the mountain but do not subscribe to UDA per se, but subscribe to the larger umbrella. So for me, going back to what the real son of the mountain said here, that they are still waiting a few hours to a general election. They are waiting for direction from His Excellency the President today. And we had that on your screen. What does that tell you? That's a common mwananchi from, there was he a boda rider, I can't remember. But he speaks. When he speaks, you can project that to the common man's understanding or perception of that region, that, hey, mkubwa wetu amekuja, our king is coming. No matter what has happened, no matter what has been done, no matter how things have been, we are still waiting for him to come and give us direction. A direction given a few hours to the actual event is a direction that is likely to carry the day.
So you don't think that the last 3 Sagana meetings failed, in your view?
I don't think they failed. It's been a process. Remember, a Sagana event, 1, 2, 3, or 4, is a process. It's not necessarily an event 1. right? It is a process, one leading to another, leading to another, leading to another. And between each Sagana events or processes, they've been monitoring and seeing where are we still lagging, what is working, what is not working, and fixing everything that is being fixed. If you look at Sagana 3 compared to Sagana 1, there's a huge difference. And for me, when His Excellency the President kept quiet all this time, I knew that was part of the strategy. You have to know when to strike the nail for the greatest impact, and that is today.
All right. Do we still have Dr. Matsanga?
Kazungu.
Yes, sir.
There is a difference between Ruto's advisors and we veterans. We veterans, don't laugh again. We veterans of one, veterans of war, veterans of politics, and strategies. Tough. That's why we restrained Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta from saying back to this guy. We allowed the guy to sprint. It's a strategy. Simple. And Betty should be happy. Be happy, my daughter, that there are people behind the scenes whom you don't see all the time on cameras who have said, please, did him say? We shall say it. We shall deal with it. For example, did you know that I write 3 books? I'm the legacy. I've seen politics for the last 47 years. I entered an army at the age of 20 or 17. I've been an army officer overthrowing a government of Idi Amin and the several governments. There are people who have been saying, President, don't answer this guy. Today is the time. Sagana 1 and 2 and 3 failed because there were people we wanted to know whether they are on our side or not. I want to authoritatively tell you that. There are people like Wamatangi, Senator Wamatangi, who is married to Ruto's cousin. We knew he was collecting information from us. You get my point? So some of those have to drop off. But the Sagana 4 now, this is the Sagana 4. You have touched the bees. The bees are coming out from today. To go back a year in that village, to carry everybody. Remember in 2017, Kazungu, we did not even receive the second round of voting. We did not receive enough votes from Ruto. Ruto is telling us that he put us in power. You saw where our vote came from. Kiambu. We went to Kiambu and carried. We made sure that even people who could vote and they were in a hospital were given motorized vote system to go and vote and come back to the hospital. So when you touch this guy and you shout him, it's the only hope they had. And this man went there to insult him, tell lies about him, say that one. Even someone went to the extent of saying personal attacks to the president, that he didn't kwaba, and those are things that don't work well. Kachagwa might run into, there is no ocean in Nyeri. If there was an ocean like the one here in Mombasa, he could one day go for a trip and drown. Because things will be very bad for him. Why have the Kikuyus chosen Martha Karua? Betty has told you, this Martha Karua is no Kikuyu likes a fish. Can I tell you again, Kazungu? Yeah, you have lived in a house of a Kikuyu, somewhere in Nairobi. And Kazungu, I want to tell you the truth. Just try to take 1 shilling from his rent. Kazungu, if I'm wrong, cut my hand. 1 shilling. If he told you pay 30,000 per month,
yes,
and you pay 29, he would not like a fish. He would not even make noise with you. He would tell you the tenancy has expired.
All right. So Matsanga, what is your prediction?
In essence, I'm telling you, Kikuyus the people of the mountain don't like thieves like Kachagwa. And they don't want their name to be associated with a thief. You see, this is the final day for us to say these things. Are you going to keep quiet, Kazungu, that a man has 200 million shillings on account, and the judge asks him, how did you get it? And he can't explain. Then because you are using the law of tactics, because you think you are going to win an election, then you go and harass the courts to forget about the case? Do you think we are stupid? Do you think people of Kenya should be stupid? No, the Kikuyus don't want that. They want somebody who is clean, who is straightforward. Who is straightforward. You tell me one accusation that you can label Kenyatta, Uhuru Kenyatta. So, seriously, one accusation that you can say you found Uhuru Kenyatta breaking somebody's neck, breaking the neck and poking eyes and throwing people in Miami.
All right, Masanga.
You want me to tell you the truth? We have found so many people broken in Miami. Hala. And you don't want to say Kazungu, you don't want to say the truth? God bless you.
All right, Matsanga there.
The other guy breaks people's heads. That guy in the ICC, if it was not me, Ruto would not have gone out of ICC with Rule 68. Kazungu, let me tell you today, he never came to say thank you to me. Even he did not say, here is a glass of water, let's drink together. You want me to stand here? I lost my job. I lost my money. I lost my product. Did he pay me to go there? Wacha anguke, tutakutana ICC.
David Matsanga there. All right, in your view, Matsanga, before you go, what is your prediction about the turnout in Mount Kenya, and how and what percentage do you think the Azimio faction and the Kenya Kwanza faction will garner in Mount Kenya, Matsanga?
For us, we went to Mount Kenya knowing we are underdogs. Yes, Raila, Azimio, La Umoja, Kwan Kenya, Betty will tell you, you didn't like us. We allowed the wheelbarrow man coming to tell people who actually make their money without wheelbarrows to spend his money. You know, the campaign of Ruto is 400 billion for the last 4 years. You know why the man is crying? I have evidence, very serious intelligence evidence why the guy is crying. 400 billion of worth of money sunk into a campaign. Even if it were you and your wife asks you, now all this money went and Moses Kuria built apartments instead of campaigning for you. Won't you cry? Won't you cry?
All right.
Notice that all the people near William Ruto have apartments, huge apartments. What were they making money? Didn't you hear what Mrs. Ngirichi was telling you? Did you hear what Ngirichi was telling you? Is Ngirichi who started this movement with Ruto in the mountain in Kirinyaga, still with Ruto? Is Ngirichi not going to be in Sagana 5, 4? Is Ngirichi not going to be there? Walaya Mungu? You can see the trouble. Look at that, Kazungu. There's a danger. There's a good hope. Sagana 4 will ignite a very good percentage for Raila Amolo Odinga.
All right.
If we can swing it to about 45-50 of percent, and we take some of the votes from Ruto, Katamiti, Sugoi, and flee to Uganda. He's gonna flee to Uganda, you will see. I'm telling you, you didn't know Kazungu? You want to know more?
We will be coming back to you, Matsanga. Let me bring in Betty in this one.
All telephonic conversations he makes, we hear them.
All right, Betty.
If you didn't know.
Do you
that guy will flee. He's about to flee. We have to.
All right, Betty. Do you think President Uhuru Kenyatta, because in 2017 in Mount Kenya they were elected as one ticket, as in Uhuru and Ruto, and they have now split apart. So how do you think it's likely to pan out? Do you think the whole Mount Kenya region will rally behind President Kenyatta? And do you think the deputy president in 2017 and in 2013 had any influence whatsoever in the amount of votes they got from the mountain?
I do not think that the votes the duo got from the region were because of Ruto. I want to believe it was because of Uhuru himself, because he's a son of the soil. When you hear a 98%, 95% voter turnout in the mountain, including sick people being ferried in ambulances and returned back to hospitals, that was not because of Ruto.
I'm sorry to cut you short because I understand the president has already landed at Kennel and he's making an address. Let us now cross over live there and get to hear what he has to say.
wa thirikari no twathire na mbere nao ne makana ni maheni hari handu muri moigwani ati ni ndabuta andu aya ati tore twathururuo nao nigetha ne anegete kuri andu angi gito miaka ĩyo ĩtatũ tondu gutire wira marutite tia guthiururukia maheni ri matutigire twi thirikari nuthu tukiruta maria turaruta naguo tugiuka na kihoto kiria twiguithanirie na muthuri uyu ri niki gitumaga andu aitu turue nie gikimwira akiuga tondu riu wituikaga no nduriri cigana na cingiathana guku nie gimwira gutire kiruta kiu nitwaranirie ma ona riria tuhete gikuyu tondu gikuyu ni githurite nduriri ingiri
The president there has chosen to use his dialect to communicate, but as and when he starts speaking in maybe Swahili or English, we'll be crossing over there. But Betty, you are seeing the president and you're looking at his mood right now and how he doesn't look to be a very happy man this afternoon. Why do you think he's chosen to go back home with all this anger, as it were?
I don't think the guy is angry. I think that's just only that he's speaking in his native language. So we may not know what exactly he is saying. But judging from the body language, he's probably, I don't know, trying to drum some sense in his people to let them see the light. And speaking there in his mother tongue can just tell you just how hot and decisive the Sagana 4 is going to be later on this afternoon. It would be interesting, though, to get a translation just to get to know exactly what he is saying. But looking at his body language, he seems to just be pointing out issues, to his people, probably speaking about his own development records, not only for that region, but for Kenya as a whole. But maybe specifically about what he has done for the Mount Kenya region over the last 10 years. Remember, he's launching a project right now. He has come to launch a very, very significant project, and probably he's just unpacking it for the people, letting them know the value of that road, letting them know how it's going to enhance the economic status of the region. Even if he is out of office, a road never goes away.
Do you still? All right, I'm still made to understand that the president is still speaking in his dialect. But this final journey, his final development tour, as it were, in Mount Kenya, we are also seeing Sagana 4, Betty. How will it have any impact in the election? Because why did he choose the final hours of this campaign, the last day of campaigning, to go and rally his masses? This is something, as a kingpin, he ought to have done a little while back, don't you think? Why did he choose the dying hours of the campaign to go and canvass this to his people? Is he maybe sensing that he has lost grip of the mountain?
No. Personally, I think that's part of the strategy. Like I said earlier, he could have for real done this last week or last month or 2 months ago. We don't know. But remember, this is also part of his farewell. He's kind of telling his people, this is the last you're seeing physically of me as head of state. The next time you see me, I'll be a regular citizen, just like, just like you. But it's about knowing when to hit the nail, on the head of whatever it is you want to close. It is like now wrapping up. It's like closing it. It is final submissions also for him. And for me, going back to what that resident said, they are still waiting to hear the direction. It means all this time, he has not given clear direction. He has not given specific direction. He has alluded to, he has suggested like, he has looked like, but today they're waiting to hear from his mouth and probably in his local native language on what the direction is. That guy, even if he has been kulaying fair on the Kenya Kwanza rallies, remember, he is waiting to hear direction from their king. And that's happening today. So it's not by chance, it is strategic in my view.
I don't know, do we still have Dr. Matsanga? All right, once we get to Dr. Matsanga, we'll also trying to pick his mind on the body language of the president on his final development tour in Mount Kenya. At this particular point in time, I'm also informed that the rallies they are getting to their fever pitch. We want to look at images from Kasarani, where I want to understand there's some development there. A host of leaders are now making their way into that rally. All indications now pointing to the possibility of the main presidential candidates to get to the grounds there in a bid to give their final submissions to Kenyans. The Kenya Kwanza Brigade, on the other hand, is at the Nyayo National Stadium, also a host of leaders. But the picture images that you're seeing on the screen right now are of the Kasarani Stadium, where a host of leaders, including governors, we can see CS Eugene Omalo there, and made to also understand that the presidential candidate, that is Raila Odinga, is making his way into the Kasarani Stadium for what is likely to be his final pitch for the people of Kenya, the final campaign, and in the last minute's efforts to ensure that he consolidates his vote base in the country. As you can see there, a host of other leaders have already made their way there. We can see also residents also are very, very excited and trying to follow the convoy of the presidential candidate for Azimio, that is Raila Odinga, is expected to give his final pitch to the country and tell them what he's likely to do for them and why he is the best bet for the country. Of course, this also, we're expecting to see the same at the Kenya Kwanza rally, the Nyayo National Stadium, where the Deputy President is already in other rallies in Suswa, and he will be later on getting to the Nyayo National Stadium to also give his final submissions and tell Kenyans why he thinks he's the best bet for the country. And Betty, we are seeing the former Prime Minister making his way to the Nyayo National Stadium. What should we expect from his speech today? Anything different from what we've heard in the campaign trail across the country?
That's a frenzy going on at Kasarani there with the arrival of Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. What I would expect from him today is to just further unpack what he has for Kenyans. And I am suspecting today he will go very specific and speak directly to the women of Kenya, speak directly to the youth of Kenya, speak directly to what he has for the elderly, speak directly in terms of what he will specifically do within the 100 days, what he will do to ensure that corruption is dealt with once and for all in his administration. And I'd expect him to also talk about how he will strengthen the working relationships between the national government and the county governments and ways in which devolution is going to be strengthened. Now, in the ongoings of insecurity incidences in parts of Rift Valley, even Turkana, as we had earlier, I would also expect that he's going to address security, in general for the country, what measures he would put in place to ensure that all Kenyans, no matter where they are, would feel safe to move around the way they want, to live anywhere they want, and to do all manner of businesses and engagements as long as they are legit. I'd also expect him to talk more about climate change issues, because that's not only a global phenomenon, but it has also hit us very hard, you know, as a country, contributing to deaths, you know, of people, contributing to malnutrition, contributing to loss of crops, loss of livestock, you know, and so on. So I would expect that he would also be talking about some of the measures, policy measures that he would put in place and or strengthen the existing ones, you know, that are already there. And I'd also expect him to really just speak to the heart of Kenyans. This is not about reading a script. This is about, this is my last submission. We have transected the whole country as a group, as individuals, and this is what our message has been consistently. But today is the last day we are now appealing to you as Kenyans to choose us over any other outfit that is out there.
Let us now look at the flip side, Betty. And if by any chance you would have happened to be an advisor of the Deputy President, how would you have advised him to package his message today?
What I would tell him in terms of packaging his message would be to, first of all, be realistic in what he is promising. Use examples of what he has actually done to gain the confidence of Kenyans on what he is promising to do. I would advise him to stop ranting and focus on himself and focus on his own campaign and his ambition to become, you know, the next head of state. I would advise him to come out as somebody who is not vengeful, as somebody who, if you elect me and I'm your president, I'll bring people together. I'll bring communities together. I will not have to like you, but I will work with you. I will make sure that my government reflects the face, you know, of Kenya, as opposed to what he has done, you know, before. So for me, my advice to him would be more like, show us what you have done. Build your message around that. And then ask us to have confidence in you that should we give you this mandate, you're going to you know, have our interests at heart. Now, you said earlier, there was an earlier conversation we had around his manifesto being more youthful, appealing more to the young people. But when he launched the youth charter, which was a great thing, I mean, launching a youth charter, like, wow, but he spoke the whole time. He's the one who spoke the whole time. And you're launching something for youth, and you're not taking a step back to first of all listen to this youth you're talking about. Listen to their cries. Listen to this your hustler youth who you want to carry on a wheelbarrow, you know, and then relate it with what it is you are promising. So my point in terms of what I'd advise him to be is, let your message look like its intended audience.
All right.
Thank you.
I don't know, do we still have Dr. Matsang on board? I would like, okay, of course, what you can see on your screen are live images from the Kasarani stadium, where the Azimio La Umoja One Kenya flag bearer, Raila Odinga, is expected to give his final submissions to the people of Kenya. He has already arrived at the grounds. There's a frenzy, as you can see there. A host of leaders have accompanied him to this particular rally, and of course very many Kenyans are just eager to get to hear what Raila Odinga will say in his final submissions. Betty Adera here saying that he expects the Prime Minister to, of course, unpack his campaign messaging in even finer details in a bid, of course, to see how that will pan out. Also, what you can also see on the screen are images from the Nyayo National Stadium, where Deputy President William Ruto, who is already, as we speak, on another campaign trail, is expected there for his final submissions. And also on that particular other split segment of your screen is in Kenol in Murang'a County, where those are leaders who have accompanied President Uhuru Kenyatta on his development tour there. And of course, very many people have very many things to say about President Uhuru Kenyatta's final development tour, as it were, in the Mount Kenya region. We've heard from leaders, we've heard from residents, and we've heard from analysts right here in studio, and they have been telling us what it means for the president to pick this particular time to go and canvass his final message as president back home and tell the people the direction that they ought to take. But besides that, also the president, we understand, has been really silent on how he would like the succession politics around his backyard to go. Should we cross over to Kasarani right now?
Tukisalia kusimama kutuweka mbele zake Jalali, Mungu aishie milele, Sheke Juma Ngao akifuatiwa na Apostle Musili mtawalia. Kwa kifupi, Shehe.
A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillahi sallallahu alayhi wa sallama. Ya Allah ya Rahman ya Rahim. Ya Malikul Quddus. Ya Salamu ya Mu'minu ya Muhaiminu ya Azizu ya Jabbaru ya Mutakabbiru. Subhanallah amma yushrikun. Anta Allahul Khaliqul Bari'ul Musawwiru. Lakal asma'ul husna. Yusabbihuka ma fi samawati wa ma fil ardh. Wa anta al-azizul hakim. Ya Allahu ya Hannanu ya Muqsitu ya Dayanu. Twakuomba ya Allah, tupo uchaguzi wa amani Jumanne. Ulete amani Kenya kabla ya uchaguzi na baada ya uchaguzi. Twakuomba ya Allah, katika siku ya leo twamkabidhi mikononi mwako leo ya Allah Raila Amolo Odinga na Martha Karua, uwape ushindi Jumanne, wawe rais na makamu wa rais wa Kenya ya Allah. Wape afya njema na usilizike na waonde serikali, na wale wafisadi usiwape mamlaka ya Allah, na wale wanyang'anyi usiwape mamlaka ya Allah, na wale waibaji wa uchumi wa Kenya usiwape uongozi ya Allah. Nchi hii yataka mtu wa amani wala si muuaji. Bariki jeshi la nchi, bariki jeshi la nchi kavu, jeshi la maji, polisi wetu, wakuu wa mikoa, baraza la mawaziri, baraza la magavana, wabunge, women reps, MCAs na viongozi wote mashinani ya Allah. Bariki kina mama, bariki wazee, bariki watoto, bariki walimu, mashekhe na masharifu na wachungaji wa kanisa ya Allah. Waponesha wagonjwa hospitalini ya Allah, wagonjwa watu afya njema na usalama ya Allah. Warehemu maiti wetu huko waliko ya Allah. Tupe ushindi na Raila Amolo Odinga awe rais wa